mission, on mission. I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission.
Traditional Yoruba culture uses a calendar dating the origins of the culture at 8,500 years before the Common Era, or 10,500 years ago. The historical record, as preserved by Yoruba culture, is an oral scripture known as Odu Ifa, meaning the womb of wisdom or the source of wisdom. This corpus is constantly being updated. Several attempts to translate the collection into written form have failed due to the quantity of material. The structure of the scripture indicates it contains 256 verses or chapters. A recent effort at Ile-Ife University in Nigeria transcribed over 100,000 pages of oral recitations of the book, covering only the first 16 chapters. Using the university study to estimate the size of the text, it is at least 26 million pages if it were completely transcribed into written form. In traditional communities within the Yoruba kingdom, New Year is known as June 21st, the summer solstice. During this time of the year, the oral scripture is spoken about in public. The recitation is done by children who are in the process of memorizing the entire corpus. Some scholars mistakenly identify Odu Ifa as a narrative associated with fortune telling. This analysis is inaccurate. Seeing into the future is an aspect of consciousness that can be developed through various forms of spiritual discipline. That is not the point of Odu Ifa. The content of Odu Ifa represents a compilation of ancestral wisdom in the fields of medicine, farming, hunting, animal husbandry, ritual practice, instruction on entering altered states of consciousness, suggests for the structure of communities and family, guidelines for the development of good character, fundamental principles of astrology, and a profound description of both human anatomy, psychology, and biology. It also includes a profound description of the nature of reality and the energetic forces creating the Earth, the solar system, the galaxy, and the universe. The only way to describe this corpus as fortune-telling would be to have no understanding of its content. Odu Ifa is a database for problem-solving systems. In that regard, it is like the idea of creating files on a computer with different topics. The chapters of Odu Ifa are identified using two vertical sets of quadragrams. The 4 positions in each quadragram are marked with either a single line or a double line. This is exactly the same structure used by computer programs to write code for data entry into electronic devices. The claim Ifa is a symbolic reference to an ancient form of science or paleoscience requires an identification of the symbolic elements used to describe science. It also requires an understanding of the principles being described using symbolic language. Modern Western academia is conflicted between two incompatible sets of principles. One theoretical paradigm describes the behavior of subatomic particles. The other theoretical paradigm describes the structure and movement of stars and planets as part of larger groups of solar systems and galaxies. The scientific discipline developed to integrate the relationship between the macro and micro elements of creation is called unified field theory. Academia has developed several perspectives on the nature of unified field theory, but to date has come to no consensus on the subject. Alana Friedlander, in her book Geoengineered Transhumanism, claims Albert Einstein created a theoretical formula for solving the common disparities between quantum physics and particle physics. She also claims his solution to the integration of these two theoretical disciplines was deliberately hidden from the public for reasons of national security. The reason for this censorship is because an explanation of unified field theory is the key to generating both free energy and for generating an anti-gravitational field known in Western science as a Mesmer field. Once an object is detached from the force of gravity, it can travel anywhere in creation at faster than the speed of light with minimal energy requirements. The late Ben Rich was the director of Skunk Works. This is a research and development lab associated with Lockheed Martin. The company claimed Skunk Works was developing stealth systems for fighter jets. Insiders claim the lab was back engineering retrieved UFO technology. Just before he transitioned, Ben Rich publicly stated, "We have the ability to take ET back home."
All right. All right. All right. All right. So wait, he was just here. we I think he went down. I hope he comes back up. But I was just playing that like to get like, to give like an intro to the subject, with E5, uh the theories, that the scientific aspect of it, the mathematical aspect of E5, and then going into like the actual religious connotations of Ifa, and then bringing it to with here he's back again. um Welcome, doctor, how are you doing?
Anito. I am
Shalom.
functional. I am pure. Sorry for my delay. I miscalculated the time because I was here all this time and I wasn't paying attention. My apology.
That's okay. Can you please take your camera and just turn it to the side
Turn it to the side.
horizontally? Take your phone and turn it horizontally.
Take my phone and turn it horizontally like this.
Like, actually, like, take it and then turn it to the side.
Like this.
No, no, like, take your hand and move it, like, turn it like 90 degrees.
I'm confused.
Right now,
Turn it, turn it, turn it on its side. Like, look how I'm doing it. You go like that, and then just turn it. Right?
Hold on one second.
Hold it.
oh, the other side, the other side. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Exactly. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay. So, I was showing like some of like the scientific aspects of E-file, the mathematical aspects of E-file, and we're going to get into the connection that E-file has as well into the Hebrew Israelites as well as the connection to America. So I wanted to allow you and actually the mighty Hebrew to have this.
I'm be able to do a little bit. I'm gonna be in the Tanzania movie, so in the next 3 hours, the movie set is coming to my house. So I'm about to be in this Tanzania movie. So they doing some cuts here inside my house.
Yeah, once he starts cooking,
So I got
it'll be mainly him. If you can keep your camera on though, sir, please keep the camera on.
that DJ Genesis.
Yep. All right, so go ahead. So without further ado, I want to introduce Dr. Ben Tzedek Nganga um, to to alchemizing energy. So Well,
Shalom, Dr. Baines. Day. How you feeling, man? You good?
Shalom Nasi. Tov, Tov, Tov.
Yeah, yeah. I'm,
Yes.
I ain't get no sleep, man. I got this movie shoot. This is man. They be at 6 in the morning, so I got like 2 hours and 45 minutes. So let's get right into it. What is the
Yeah.
connection of the? What is the connection with the Hebrew Israelite culture, the Bantu cultures in West Africa? The main focus that we're talking about out of it is the E5 way of life, because a lot of scholars try to say there's no type of connection whatsoever, but we beg to differ. We doing the actual anthropological footwork. We on the ground. We've been here in Africa, so we know what's going on. But before you get into that, tell us a little bit about your background, who you are, um, who taught you, what school of thought you come under, and and what you're going to be presenting today. Look like
Okay.
you on free.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
there you
my name is my name is Ben Tzedek Hamagain, and Magain is really Magain in Hebrew is an epithet that was ascribed to Elijah, David, and it implies those who know how to manipulate the magnetic grid, whether it's the magnetic grid of a person's biochemistry, the magnetic grid of the earth, the magnetic field of plants. So technically, these are master doers, these are alchemists, these are healers, these are herbalists, etc., etc. So in Bantu languages, it's Nganga, Manganga. So when you go and read in Psalms, what is that? Psalms 47, the last verse, you see where the Most High said, all the magene, which implies the kings, those who know how to manipulate the grids, those alchemists belongs to me. So right away, I show you an immediate connection, right? David used sound therapy as a magene, a nganga, to heal Saul. When you go into Psalms, 33 or so, you see where David say, Nagain, Nagain, to play skillfully on the harp. You're manipulating the grid of a person's endocrine system and the grid of the earth to achieve a specific result, to teach and propagate a specific idea to bring forth an understanding. So that's why that's part of my name, Magain, Magain. So with that same word sound, you see it in the word Ghana, Guinea in West Africa. You understand? All from the Bantu root gang or Gan, as in Gan Eden, Garden of Eden, or Ganga. You understand? One who integrates the heavens and the earth. You understand? So yeah, that's my name. Of course, I'm a herbalist. I'm a raw vegan chef. I am, and I have a gift as it relates to tying and untying, bridging the gap between our diaspora, our retention in the diaspora, and how it connects to the Torah, the Tanakh, the Bible, and ancient African Ibri Bantu culture. You know, I have a gift of making the connection, bridging the gap, so we can have a greater understanding, not from a religious standpoint, but from a scientific perspective, because everything about us, our language, our culture is scientific. It's not, it's not abstract. It's science. It's concrete. It's something that can be verified, authenticated, etc., etc.
I'm glad that you mentioned the scientific aspect. That's why I played that video earlier, trying to like show that this was not like a spooky type of religion, or belief system. It was not based on spookism. It wasn't just only based on faith. It was based on scientific proof, like algorithms, like numbers, mathematics. not just only belief, but really like a mathematical formula that they came up with, our ancients came up with. Also, when you say Mganga, are you talking about the Congo aspects? Are you into Palo and things like that?
Because it is all one culture. It's all the same. The Bakongo people, the Yoruba people, they are all the same people. They are all paternally they're E1B1A. They're from the same father. It's the same culture. But how we have been cultured in the West, we're not cultured to see the connection. Or we don't have the linguistic means to interpret our cosmology to see the connection. So we think we are different. So when you go to Cuba and you see Lokumi, which is a fusion of Yoruba and Congo, that shows you the connection. When you come to Jamaica, you see Kumina, and you see Kumina fused with Akan tradition. That's Congo and Akan, same family. So the transatlantic slave trade forced the families, some of us, to integrate. Whereas when we was on the continent, some of us decided to be tribal and not realize we are cousins, we are brothers, we are sisters, and so forth. So yes, yes, yes.
So when you talk
Can you hear
about,
me?
yes, so I saw that in your actual bio, it said Dibia. Explain what Dibia is.
That's so beautiful. Well, the first person I will go to for that is Professor Madupe Odaye. He is a anthropologist and a linguistic scholar, and he studies. I believe he speaks Hebrew. Studies Hebrew, Arabic, all the so-called Shemitic languages, and he wrote a number of books. One in particular is the Sons and Daughters of God, and he's able to bridge the connection between Yoruba culture or West African culture or Bantu culture with ancient Hebrew culture, or what's in the Torah. So one of the things he highlighted was that the word dibia is a cognate of the Arabic tibia. Notice the Arabic start with tibia. The Dibia, which is Igbo, starts with a D. The letter D and T are interchangeable in African languages. So he demonstrates to show you that these concepts are coming from the same root. So a Dibia is a medicine man, a herbalist, but even more than that, a Dibia is one in the same with an Nganga, Manganga, Sangoma. You understand? They are prophets, they are alchemists, they're healers, they're priests, they're kings, etc. And
Is it the
the Dibia is from the.
So is the
Go ahead.
Dibia the same thing in Igbo as a Babalawo, or is a Babalawo something separate from what that is?
One in the same.
So in those cultures, the Babalawo, the Dibia, the Nganga, all those people were the actual doctors of that society, as well as the diviners for the king, right? As well
Yes,
as
they were the mass. When you go to Bunseki Fukao, who's a Congolese scholar, Dr. Bunseki Fukao, Congolese, a master as it relates to Congolese culture, Congolese cosmology. He said the Ngangas or the Mangangas, they are master doer, and in reality, all of us we were supposed to ascribe to be that, to be master doers or whatever gifts or profession we decide to pursue within the family. You understand? So yes.
so I just did a interview with Joseph Baba Ifa, and he talked about the fact that even in our language right now, we'll say things like king. Hey, what's up, king? What's up, queen? It was because we all had crowns, right? Everybody was crowned to a certain extent. They were priests, so that's where they get that. Hey, what's up, queen? What's up, king? And we might think it's like, oh, I'm not a king. I don't have a kingdom, but we understood God within us, and we understood our real true nature. So let's get into that.
Well, well said. Nasik, you can back me up on this. In the Torah, it says you're supposed to be a nation of priests, a nation of Lawi, or Kohanim. Now, watch this. Lawi, which is the correct word for Levite, Lawi, founded the priesthood, the Kohanim. Now, if you go into West Africa among the Fong culture, the Ewe, you will find the word Hogan. Hogan, which is a cognate to Kohan. Same word. These are the priests. In the Ewe practice what is called Afa, which is a cognate to Ifa. The Igbo practice Afa also, right? And so the Ewe word for the priest would be, or the Fong, in the Fong language, it would be Hogan, which is a cognate to Kohan in Hebrew. And Lawi is a cognate to Babalawo, Father in the knowing, Lawo, in the secrets of the universe, the knowledge of the concealed matter. These are the one who unlock these secrets. You understand? And guide the people.
So when you actually read the Hebrew scriptures, you talk about when they talk about divination, it's considered sorcery. It's considered like witchcraft. It's considered like something that you should not do. How do we explain that where you have the Torah saying you should not be doing that, but the Torah also has types of divination within its system, but then it's like, oh well, no, those things were not exactly what we think it was. Like they just did that, but what you guys are doing is wrong. The other Africans in Africa, even though Israel is in Africa, but we'll get to that later. But when you go into the Torah, divination, which
Excuse
is a
me.
very central
Excuse me.
aspect.
DJ Genesis, do y'all hear? No, and sorry for interrupting. Do y'all hear like a squeaking sound?
Yeah, I hear it. I do hear it.
Oh, okay, okay. If Dr. Baines, is that you?
Oh my God, that's from my background, man. You know I'm in nature, man.
Is that like a bird? What kind of a bird is that? That makes that noise. What the heck?
Yeah, that's for me.
Yes.
That's the crickets outside, man.
What you do? What you do is
Hold on,
when people talk.
let me close my other window because that's an act of nature. I can't stop them. Let me close the other window
Right.
to kind of like tone it down a little bit. Hold on.
What
What,
kind of
what, what
cricket
you can
sounds like
do?
that, though? That's a crazy.
Listen. What you can do is mute your mic. Like when somebody talk, just mute your mic,
Well, no, he just closed the
and then
door. I don't hear it no more. It's good. It's all good. Well, they're kind of doing this.
okay.
Well, them crickets are loud.
Also, DJ Genesis, I know you got my message. So after the show, yes or no?
Say it again.
You got my message, but I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just saying after the show, yes or no?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm gonna be in a movie. I'm gonna be in the Tanzania movie.
Congratulations. You're going to be in a movie.
Thank- Yeah, one of my wives is from here in Tanzania, from Africa, and she's a model, and she does movies, and they want to use my house for like 4 movie skits. My backyard, my living room, and my kitchen.
Well, shouts out. That's awesome. That's a great opportunity.
Yeah,
And
I'll
see,
be
Awesome.
opening up the
listen,
yeah.
this is an international thing. We're in Jamaica, we're in Tanzania, we're having a very broad conversation of this. It's not just people just only in America. We're international with it. We got a Jamaican online that's in Jamaica. We have a person in Tanzania. Hopefully, we'll get a person from Israel to come from Demona and speak and stuff like that. We want to bring this thing. We want to have these conversations and really bring scholars from all around the world to have this conversation. Yesterday we
But
had Joseph Baba Ifa. He's from Florida. We want to bring people out to have this discussion.
well, good news, DJ. Dr. Baines, they lived in Israel and Demona for some time too. That's my class. He's my classmate in the culture.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
We both understudiers of the founders of the KOY or the Kingdom of Yah in Demona, Israel. He'll tell you more about that as we continue on. But go ahead, Dr. Baines, they continue.
So yeah, so where we left off was before we got to the crickets that are loud.
Yeah,
The crickets in Jamaica are off the chain. Like what kind of crickets are those? It don't even sound like a cricket. Animals sound
well,
different in parts of
Dr.
the
Siri,
world.
Dr. Sirius B said that the crickets they plug themselves into the earth magnetic grid, or the earth mycelium, and they are exchanging with us the vibration of the earth.
Well, you know what? One thing that we did learn with Joseph Baba Ifa, he talked about, because I did have a Babalao here yesterday on the channel, and he was talking about how connected we used to be to Earth. Even when they were buried, they're deceased. Before they buried them into the ground, they used to tie them to trees, and they would somehow merge into the trees. It was, I don't know how that happened, but did you know about that?
No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, like that they, before they actually would bury them underneath the ground, the way he explained it is that they would tie them to the tree, and the tree would absorb the body. I don't know how that happened, but
Hmm.
yeah, so we used to be very connected to nature. So let's get into the actual aspect of nature when it comes down to these religions. So you had people come from Africa, come to the Caribbean, and then from the Caribbean to America. Let's be clear. They came to Caribbean first, then to America, South
Right.
Carolina, certain aspects. So there is definitely a sister and brotherhood that we do have with the Caribbean people. Right
Yes.
now we have
Yes,
this whole
indeed.
FBA argument where we act like we are separated from the Caribbean, but we are brothers and sisters. Um, you have the Congolese that came over. You have the Africans from Yoruba tribe came over, and Igbo tribe, and then certain aspects like Senegalese and just things like that during the slave trade. And with them, they brought their beliefs. They were not considered like uh, I would say like the lesser than. They were actually priests in that they brought that priesthood over to
Right.
the Caribbean, Cuba, Dominican
Right.
Republic, all those different
Right.
places had these different condoble. You had I think it's called Dibia in Jamaica. Is it called
Well, we in Jamaica you have Kumina, which is from Congo. You also have the Okra system, but we call it, by way of lack of understanding, we call it Obia. But when you consult an
Dibia?
Akan, they would not refer to it as such. Is They would refer to the overarching caption for the system as Okra, and then Dibia is Obia, Obaye would be witchcraft. It's just, and that is like the wayward aspect of it. But then you have the correct expression of it, and that would be expressed by way of the kung fu. The problem with Obaye, they are dealing with the distorted aspects of things.
So would I say that like so Rastafarians, right? Do they practice the Okran as well as like our Hebrew Israelites, or are they just straight up like just Bible based, or do they actually also practice some of the African traditions?
Which group is that?
The Rastafarians.
No, well, all right. So now you have the Rastafari community, but remember, even before any connection to Haile Selassie and Ethiopia, you have a brother known as Leonard Howell. And Leonard Howell, what he ended up doing, he ended up fusing the Bakongo tradition, the Kumina tradition, with some aspect of the Hindu tradition that was here and that he was exposed to overseas, and the Bible, and birth what is called, what is called the Rastafari faith. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a fusion. But one must never negate that at the base of the fusion is the African tradition that came here, along with some aspect of the Hindu tradition, which ultimately come out of the African tradition.
So was that Indo influence because they had Indian people coming to Jamaica? Were they slaves
Ye-
too? Where did you get the Indian?
what happened is that the Bakongo people came to Jamaica in the early 1900s, around this, I think late 18 to early 1900s, around the same time as the Hindu people. They came around the same time, and they convened in some of the same areas.
How did the Indian people get over there? Like, were they slaves?
The
Like, how
the,
did
the British, they brought them not as slaves but as indentured servants.
so they were kind of servants too? Were they like the overseers kind of thing? Like, where you have
No,
to
no, no. They were servants. They didn't have any powers over us, but they were
Well,
indentured servants.
I
We
can also respond to that as
meaning
well. What happened, a lot of, like for instance, when you look at Kamala Diva Harris's background, her father's side of the family are Irishmen and East Indians. And many of the East Indians came like to Brownstown, Jamaica, which was named after one of her relatives known as Hamilton Brown, which was a plantation owner, a sugarcane plantation owner. And many of the East Indians came over as indigenous servants, along with many of the Irish workers that were on plantations. So that's why you will have many people on the island of Jamaica with last names of Irish origin because of that situation. Also, for Dr. Bangs 88, if you go, and he told me to put this out there for y'all. If you go to Shemot, or which is known as Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, it lets you know that the children of Israel as a nation are a kingdom of priests or a kingdom of Kahanim. So we will have the Levitical priest from the tribe of Loiya or Loi, they would be the priests to the nation of Israel. Whereas though as a nation, we would be a kingdom of priests to the world. And that's even inclusive when you understand where the female positions herself at naturally on the side as you would develop in a certain understanding of reality and duality, there will be a priestess, even though we see that we have a priesthood in the sense of order. So you won't sometimes see inside the Tanakh, well, you won't see in the Tanakh, you won't see priestess, but we have an understanding that they do, help within the affairs within the priesthood itself. So yes, when you go to Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, you will see that the nation of Israel is a kingdom of priests to the world. So when you were saying about that the priests or these priests came over on the slave ships, you're absolutely correct when we understand the Hebrew migrational patterns into West Africa, breaking themselves down into subclans. Also, I just want to make a slight correction. There was actually two waves within the slave trade. The first wave was naturally many of us was going to the islands first. These were the breaking points, roughly around 1555 and etc. But those that came to Jamestown, but in 1619, they came straight from Africa to Jamestown, Virginia. They didn't come from the islands and then to the United States. But but don't get it twisted. There were some of us that did go to the islands first and then to the United States. So that's why I'm saying there were two waves. You have so-called Negroes in the United States that came by the way of the islands, West Africa, Israel. And then you got another wave that came from the United States, straight from or West Africa, Israel. So y'all both correct when you're dealing with the priesthood. A kingdom of priests did come to the Americas, meaning North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean islands. That was the nation of Israel. But I pass it on to you, Dr. Baines and Dave. Sister DJ Genesis got me working. I'm her servant now.
So wait, come up, Ben. We like to see people's faces here.
Yeah,
I, I was
over here at this show here, Dr. Bain, they be demanding you put a camera on.
we want to
It's
hear
crazy.
your faces when we talk. So
Where you
just
at, Dr. Bain?
so are you saying
You just
that? Okay,
yes.
yeah. So you're saying that at one point, it wasn't just straight to the Caribbean and then from the Caribbean to America. Because what I was told was that we came from the Caribbean, that was a docking point, and then from the Caribbean to America. So you're saying that that's
Yes,
not.
That's partially true. That's partially true. When the transatlantic slave trade first happened, yes, that's how they was doing it. Because that was more or less when the British was involved, they were sending them to the islands along with the French. This is why you in Haiti they speak Creole and French because the French they had control of that, and then you had the British they had control of Jamaica, stuff like that, and Barbados, them islands. But the English, which broke off from the British monarch, they're the ones that went straight to the United States in 1619 from Africa. They didn't go to the islands and then go to the United States. No, they went straight from Africa to the United States, the English. Yes.
Okay.
But but don't get it twisted. You got two waves of Black Americans that came to the United States. The first wave came, like you said, first from the islands, and when they broke them, they brought them like to the Carolinas. That's why you see a heavy influx of that ancient Israelite culture amongst the Carolinas, amongst the Geechee and all them cats. And then you have a second wave coming in by the way of Jamestown, Virginia in 1619. So we're dating roughly 1555-ish, the first wave, the second wave, 1619.
Yeah, and I have actual ancestors that came from South Carolina. Obadiah, I think Jones, that came from there. So I'm not sure his last name wasn't Jones.
You said Obadiah Jones?
Yeah, Obadiah Jones and Obadiah, but then they changed it to Henderson. They changed the last name from Jones to Henderson. I don't know
That
why.
sounds familiar. Obadiah Jones sound familiar. That's
Okay.
why. Were they famous for anything?
I don't know. I just know when I did
I
my
don't know. I don't know why that name is ringing a bell in my mind. Maybe I'm connecting. I'm connecting. I don't know. But I'm gonna pass the mic back to Dr. Baines A. Day. But I got that verse for you, Dr. Baines A. Day, if you want me to read that verse. Do you want me to read the
That
verse for you, Dr.
regarding the nation of priests,
Yeah,
the nation of priests.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll read it.
yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. It reads, I'm gonna start at verse 5, chapter 19, verses 5 and 6, Shemot, also known as Exodus. Now, therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and to keep my Torah constitution, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all nations of the earth, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a set apart nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the Israelites. Okay.
All right. That when you so now when you hear the concept of speaking unto the Israel to I'm going to pronounce Israel as Yisrael, and I'm doing that for a purpose because the word is a agglutination of words taken from other consonants taken from other words. So you have ye, it, or he, and meaning an extension of something, an extension of the creator. Sar, if you invert the word sar around, you get ras, you get rish, you get rosh, you get the same rosh, ris, as in orisha. And Professor Oduyeyi, the Yoruba linguist, also made the connection that this root, the SR or RS root in the word Yisrael, is a cognate to the Yoruba Orisha. And then El is the same as the L in Olo or Elodumari. El simply means that These are selected consciousness. The orishas are selected consciousness, yoked in a student-teacher relationship with El, right? Elohim imply beings that are yoked in a student-teacher relationship with the creator, right? So they are administrator. They are selected consciousness, right? So when you hear the Torah talks about Yisrael, the Yisrael in the celestial form or the primordial angels or the orishas, and then Yisrael in the terrestrial form is what are us, is what we should ascribe to. Is we should ascribe to have that, to be the embodiment of the celestial, to manifest that level of discipline, those attributes and so forth. That's what Yisrael really implies. So if one is trying to look, are you saying Yoruba or Israelite, Akan or Israelite, but they never say that they were. If you don't understand the cosmology, you won't be able to see the connection. Because in the cosmology, it tells you you are supposed to be the embodiment of the Orisha, the Elohim, the Obasum. So now that put things in perspective. It means that we all have a divine mandate. We are not just here to be ordinary people. Because even in the Exodus 21, the priests were called Elohim, even though that's a title given to the angels also, which shows you that we are supposed to exemplify or manifest or embody those traits. And as you rightfully said, sister, as the brother, as you said, the Babalawo said yesterday, that all of us are supposed to manifest these attributes, are to be initiated in these attributes and manifest our unique gifts. You know what I'm saying?
You know, and that's the part that I found very interesting, is that he was saying that we were all priests, we were all crowned. That's why we say to each other, "What's up, king? What's up, queen?" And we were not just like these people that they just grabbed out of nowhere. They actually grabbed people that had a very intense level of science, mathematics, and things that they understood. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So,
yes, yes. Because I mean, even to this day in Jamaica, you walk in the street, I mean, somebody would be younger than me and I call him Dada, like father. That's one way of saying father. I would say father. I would say blessed my Lord. All these positive connotation, all these connotation to remind us of our sacred purpose and responsibility. You know, we use that, whether it's in America, in Trinidad, in Jamaica, we use, because it's cultural. It's coming from our culture. Europeans don't do that.
well, that's deep. You know, so I wanted to also get into like the actual historical when it really comes down to it, when we think about the Levites, right? Because I was really trying to prove this. I have a debate coming up, and somewhere in my heart I was like, I think that these are the same people. I believe that the Israelites are the same, and the actual priests of the Israelites are the same people, just migrated at some point. Now, there are so many different stories. You know what the Bible Lao said? He says, we don't know. You have one story saying that the Yoruba people came from Mecca. You have one story saying they came from Ethiopia. You have one story saying they came from South America. Then you have one story saying they came from Egypt and Israel. And I believe it's all true, because I believe that at some point that, you know, we were traveling the world just like we're traveling now. You know what I'm saying? So can you get into
Mhm. All right, I'm going to touch on a little piece and then I'm going to hand it to Nasi. Here's the piece. I'm going to approach this from genetics. So Harvard University did a study and they found Yoruba and Luya DNA. Luya are in East Africa, right? And they found their DNA in Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Mizrahi, Samaritan so-called Jews. And the timeline, it goes back to the Babylonian captivity. It's not a lot of, they don't carry a lot of our DNA of the Yoruba and the Luya, but it exists. It exists in them at certain degree, but not a lot, not a significant amount. So what does that tells you? That the Yoruba, the Luya, they have had to have been in that region. We're talking about Iraq, Persia, that region, for those genetic marker to have been exchanged. You understand? So now the other aspect of this is that this genetic study show that the Luya in East Africa and the Yoruba are genetically the same. Genetically the same. And also the Baganda kingdom, the Baganda people in Uganda, they are closely related, right? So that's one way of showing you that east-west migration and that connection. But these are things that many of us haven't explored. We haven't explored the genetic point of view. Yes, we look at the oral tradition, but it's also important to now also look at the gene flow. You understand? So the next question a person would then ask is this: well, are you saying that we mix with the Ashkenaz and the Sephardi? And no, that's not what we're saying. The question then you should ask is, what role were the Ashkenazi and the Sephardi and these so-called Jews, who are all kindred, playing during the Babylonian captivity of the family of Yisrael, the Israelites, who would have comprised the Luya, the Bantu people, the Yoruba, all of those people, what role they were playing. And I'm going to say this and give it to Nasi. You have to understand that the same Ashkenazi, Sephardic Jew, they make up the largest body of bulk of the Jewish world, so-called Jewish world. And as a unit, as a collective, 50% of their DNA carry what? E1B1B, paternal Y DNA, which is a brother Y DNA, a twin Y DNA to what the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Luya, the Akan, the Efek, the Wolof, the Dogon carry. It simply means that there was a brother to us, Esau, who mixed in with these people, but we didn't. So now, when you look at the Babylonian captivity, you go into the book of Psalms, I believe it's Psalms 32 or 132 or somewhere, or 137. You see where Esau or Edom is referred to as the daughter of Babylon, meaning that they were in cahoots with the Babylonian against the children of Israel, our people, right? They were in cahoots with them. And the Babylonian at the time also were in cahoots with the Ashkenazi European Jews, who at the time their real name would have been the Akuzai, because they were allies of the Assyrian, and Assyria and Babylon is just a state within the Assyrian Empire, which means now that those segments of Edomite Africans interbred with those Assyrians, those Babylonian, and those Akuzai, those Ashkenaz, Sephardic Jewish family, and they were part of a confederate against us. We were the subjects. Hence the reason why you have certain level of gene flow of some of our gene flow in them, right? Yeah, you find the same thing with the Lemba people. Nasik, I hand it over to you now.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. And what we got to do also to get a greater understanding of what the doctor is saying is go back roughly around 1010 BCE. And at this time, you'll see that King David put garrisons on the Edomites, mainly a group of Edomites known as the Amalekites. And these Edomites were enforced Torah. And when we went into the Babylonian captivity, you'll see it in Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel. You'll see that our subjects, excuse me, also which were the Edomites, which were black people, they also, went into the Babylonian captivity. And this is where the Babylonian Talmud started to develop. And when you read in the book of Obadiah, you see that an ambassador went into the cliffs of the rocks. That ambassador was Edom that started mixing with RH multi-rhesus DNA hybrids or Neanderthalian Cro-Magnon species, thus producing what we see today, the so-called white race, right? Let's continue on. Also, if you go into the books of Maccabees, you'll see that John Hyrcanus, one of our brothers, is also enforcing Torah on Edom. So the mixture, well, which wasn't heavy, like the doctor said, we wasn't mixing heavy with them. But the reason why you see this combination is because of the captivity. But the original Edomites that we can find in Africa, they sit in West Africa today. They known as the Edo people, EDO. And you study and you research them, and they even have traditions stating that they're from Edom. Also, to align with the Yoruba, going back to the Israelites, there's a group in southern Nigeria known as Bene Ephraim, which is known as the sons of Ephraim. And in the Yoruba vernacular, they are known as Imo Onoro, which means the strange people. And they have been parched in Aramaic because that would have been the language at the time that they were speaking, during the Assyrian Babylonian occupation. This is why when you go into southern Nigeria, you'll see them parched in Aramaic Torah scrolls and parched in like lamb skin and stuff like that. So, and also there are many, Israelites throughout Nigeria, such as the Igbo. The Igbo are million strong. And in the Igbo community, we see this renaissance or this reemerging of Israelite paradigm throughout Igbo land. And I'm talking roughly 30 million strong, not 30,000, not 300,000. We're talking about 30 million strong Hebrew Israelites known as Igbo. And we start to study many of the slaves that came to the United States. They're of Igbo descent. And when you look at the Jamaicans, a lot of them go back, the Maroons go back to the Akan and the Coromantee. And when you study their history, out of their own mouths, they got princes in Ghana, such as Akimba, wrote the book Revelation, the movement of the Akan people from Canaan land to West Africa. And you will are from Canaan land to Ghana. And out of their records and oral traditions, they state that they are Israelites. Now, I watched the presentation with the Babalu, and it was an awesome presentation. But one thing I just want to like crystallize it down, there are different stories of the Yoruba tradition. Some of them say that they go back to the land of Nimrod. Some say that they go back to Egypt, et cetera, et cetera. And when Sister DJ Genesis said that's all true, it is true. When one understands the migration of the original Yadava, he going back to Tamanadu, Indus Valley, pushing into Mesopotamia, in the land of Nimrod, which you know as Ur Kasdim or the Chaldees, and then pushing further into Canaan land. And then after Canaan land, now we in Kemet. Some of us stayed in Kemet even after the departure of Kemet, the Exodus. Some went with Moshe ben Arun and wound up going back into Canaan land. And then you have others that go deeper south into Africa. This is why in the Igbo tradition, they stay out their own mouths that they're descendants. And we'll show a clipping of that too, and a clipping of the Yoruba Hebrews. I get the clips in a second. But the Igbo out of their mouth say that they're from the tribe of Gad, and they go back to an ancestor known as Eri. This is the oral traditions that they're saying out their mouths. So we can clearly see when we're talking about Ifa and different West African traditions that developed later, what was going on. Israel started to push in, and there was other populations within the West Africa that we amalgamated with, but there were also areas that nobody dwelt. Like, for instance, the children of Ephraim, they came into a region where nobody dwelt and they found good water. And they called the land in the Yoruba vernacular Iomi, which meant good water. And the homie that you see today is where that name comes from. And it was pushed over closer to the coast of Africa. But originally, nobody occupied that land. It was the children of Israel that occupied that land. And then later on, other people started to come and occupy the land. So there was areas in West Africa where nobody dwelt, but there were also areas where other people dwelt. You see this even in the works of Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanayan's works and African origins of the major Western religions. Also, his book, We the Black Jews Bear Witness to the White Jewish Race Myth. You'll see him talking about mainly concentrating on the Cerinthian War, roughly around 115 ACE. You see this influx of Israelites who Professor Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanayan say they were Negroes and they migrated into West Africa and amalgamated with the indigenous people that were there, and they became known as the Ashanti, the Igbo, the Fanti, etc., etc. So you're correct, DJ Genesis. The story of the Yoruba is correct. Some people, because it was so ancient, they don't really have the details of us being in these lands. So that's why you'll see 1 minute you'll hear some saying we was from Mecca, some saying we was from Egypt, some saying we was from Iraq, some saying we was from Israel, because in reality, this was the migrational pattern of the Hebrew people, the children of Eber, coming from the Indus to Mesopotamia, to Canaan land, to Egypt land, to scattering, some going deeper into the south of Africa, East Africa. This is why you're seeing that Bantu East African connection with the Bantu West African connection. Like here in Tanzania, you couldn't even distinguish the difference from the Tanzanian people from Black Americans until they start talking. You can clearly tell the difference of the Noatic people, the Cushite people from the Bantu speaking people. The Bantu speaking tribes and the so called African American, so called Jamaican, so called West Indians, they look just alike. But when you look at the Noatic people or the Cushite people, they look totally different, even though they dark skinned, but their phenol structure is different. Their bodily structure is totally different.
Right. So I wanted to like say a little snippet of what Baba Ifa said, so we can like get into what he actually said. So let's get into it.
Okay. Okay.
So, from a historical standpoint, even though I'm limited as a historian, but based on what Ifa has been able to explain, you're going to see a bunch of different explanations or ideas, right? They say possibly South Africa, they say possibly Ethiopia, which is where I believe the oldest fossilized specimen of a human being was found. But then again, we are also limited by science. When we look at the Odu of Ogunda Obe or Ogunda Vede, it does say that science does fail us at times, but spirituality never will. Does that mean we discredit science? Of course not. But we may still be on a path where we're trying to catch up with God, being that, spirituality was here before anything else. But from a spiritual standpoint, Ife is seen as our epicenter. Even till this day in Ife, there's an obelisk that really represents the point where possibly Odudua or Obatala, depending on the faction that you're from, believes, where the first person or energy descended upon Earth, either one of those gentlemen. So that's what our theology teaches us. Now, when we look historically, you're going to hear a lot of different ideas based principally on the concept of Odudua. Being that Odudua was from Benin or Bini, depending how you want to pronounce it, whether you actually consider it to be the country that is present day or the other region that is also very antiquitous, that he came from the east. And because of it, it has caused a lot of people to try to find connotations or connections to Arabia, saying that Odudua came from, wherever in the Middle East, and made his way into Ife. Based on the literature that I have and that I'm going to express on this medium, we're going to understand why that's been misinterpreted, being that based chronologically, Ifa has been around before anything. I have a goddaughter who actually is a degree recipient and doctoral recipient from the University of Harvard in theology. And she did her dissertation on Ifa. And initially, she thought she may have possibly been denied because she didn't really see the fervor and response that she expected from the panel. But she was immediately qualified. And afterwards, when they had a moment of reunion, all of the people on the panel, all of the doctorates that awarded her, pulled her to the side and say, "Hey, we agree. It's simply that it's not popularly accepted or a liked opinion, so it's not overly stated. But some of the most prepared academic minds concur with this same concept that Ifa is the root spirituality. I have a
Shalom, shalom. Y'all can hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all heard
May I respond to
about,
that a little bit?
yeah, you can respond to that first and then I come in.
Yeah. What I would like to say in regards to that, this is why I took the avenue of genetics, because I believe it's the 100 Genome Project demonstrate the genetic relatedness between the Yoruba and the Luya in East Africa. And they show you the time when they gave you a timeline of the split between the two families, right? And so that based upon genetics now is showing you it correlates, it helped to give credibility to that we came from the East. So that's something we really need to look at. Secondly, now, when you speak of, when he mentioned that Ifa is the foundation, I'm also gonna lend support behind that, because Ifa binary system, in my estimation, is the system that births the Torah. And all systems on the planet, even the Chinese I Ching is coming out of that. Now, I can then go into Genesis, if I am correct. Is it Genesis 2, verse 15, Nasik? When it says, Wa'ifak, Wa'ifak. And it's used in the context, and he blew the breath of life in man, referring to the creator. The word there, Wa'ifak, is coming from the word nufak. And nufak is coming from the word fak or faki. And it really means to inscribe, to engrave, to trap, to entrap, to affix something, to structure something into something. Essentially, nufak is a library. It's the universal library that is engraved in the DNA of man and in all things. And so that word Wa'ifak used in Genesis 2 verse 15 or somewhere about Nasik, you can check for me. That word is a cognate to Ifa. And that shows you that Ifa is the foundation. Now, when you go to Psalms 119 verse 132. Now see, you can check on that one for me as well. You're gonna see the word petak. That word
Patata.
petak,
Yeah.
that word petak is a cognate to the Yoruba pataki.
Fact.
Petak in Hebrew implies the unfolding of that which was concealed. So David says the unfolding, the declaration of what was concealed, bring forth light, understanding to the petty, those who lack understanding. So when you go to the Babalawo and he's giving you a reading, oftentimes a pataki is given, and the pataki is a mnemonic device that contain the scientific underwriting of the directives and the understanding that they're trying to give you. And it's the job of the Babalawo now to interpret the concealed matter that is now being unfolded. You understand? And that is the pataki. So the pataki covers everything about creation, God, Orisha, the selected consciousness, the angels, life, everything. And it's the same thing David is saying when he said the declaration, the patak, the declaration of thy word bring forth discernment, understanding, being to those who lack the ability to discern, those who lack the ability to discern the scientific underwriting of these texts, of life in general. You understand?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And to add on to that, and and I agree with the Babala with the brother was saying that you just showed. But I agree with him, just like Dr. Baines Dick is saying, in principle. Because when you go into Bereshit 2:15, we see that ifa, we see that word in the Hebrew. But what now in ancient times was we running around saying, "Oh, our higher system is Ifa." No, but in principle, yes. So this is why you're seeing that connection. See, it's proven the connection just by us going into the Hebrew words, the Hebrew cosmology, the Hebrew cosmology, the Hebrew anthropogenesis, and we're aligning it with what we're seeing in West Africa. And as the brother was saying, as Dr. Bainzy was saying, you could clearly see that he came from the east and migrated into the west. You see what I'm saying? Because you can even tell through our DNA, because when you're isolated for periods of time, the DNA can be markered by environment and food habits and lifestyles. This is how they was able to find out that the Lamba was telling the truth, that they came from Israel and then they went into Yemen and Sinai and all that area, and then Zimbabwe and then into South Africa. This is the same with the people that Dr. Baines Eagles was saying in connection with East Africa and West Africa, you can see the migrational pattern to the markers on the DNA. This is why it's so important to study DNA. If the brother, because the brother clearly said he's not a historian in that field, but he believes that the EFI system is the oldest. I'm saying yes, oldest in principle. The Buddhist understanding is in principle. Islam, in its original understanding, is the oldest in principle. Now, I'm speaking in principle, not literalism. So that's the understanding that we as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals are saying. And we can follow this trail of Israelites migrating into these different regions until they get into West Africa. So this is why it's important that I feel as though a lot of practitioners in the E5 culture have to study is the Israelite migrational patterns. And a very excellent book to get is Hebrewisms of West Africa by Professor Joseph J. Williams, along with the book Israelites and Jews, a significant difference by Kohen Mikael ben Levi. Another good book to get is called The History of Edom and Khazariah, the other Israel, by Nabi Melchizedek ben Yohanan Lewis. These three books are much recommended, even from Babylon to Timbuktu, by Professor Rudolph R. Windsor, because they show you by the way of comparative study and research the migrational patterns of Israel migrating from east to West Africa. And then you can also use my research as well because I'm on the ground. So I'm able to see these things by studying it from an anthropological perspective, their eating habits, their traditions. When I look at certain things in the Ifa culture, I can see it directly in the Torah. I can see it. Now, I'm not saying everything in Ifa tradition I see, because you got to remember when Israel was migrating as a kingdom of priests into these different regions, we started to amalgamate with different nations. And by us amalgamating with different nations, we started to pick up certain customs that were foreign to us and we incorporated it. Like, for instance, when you see in Haiti and Cuba and different places, like if you look at Santeria, for example, you can see Catholicism shrouded in their traditions in Santeria. But that was because the slave master imposed it, but they were able to see certain similarities and to develop from off of that. That's the same thing when you see many of these West African traditions. Many of these West African traditions are very new. They're not, they're no more than like 1,000 years old, no more than 1,200 years old. Why? Because Israel started to push, where Yisrael or Israel started to push deeper into West Africa. I sent you a couple of links, DJ Genesis Detroit. I would like you to show to the people. It's about the Igbo, and then another one is about the Igbo and the Yoruba out of their own mouths, giving you their oral tradition.
But I do want to
So
say
if
this is that Ifa is not is way older than 1,000 years old. That it goes back.
no, no, yeah, I'm saying, I'm talking about like the names of the tribes that you see today in West Africa, like Ashanti, Igbo, etc., etc. This is why when you go into like ancient records in Kemet, Babylon, Sumer, you're not going to find them names because we started to rename ourselves when we started going. Like, for instance, the Igbo, that name go back to Jerome Igbo, and Jeroboam was one of the Israelite kings. A lot of the names that you see in West Africa were reminders of previous lands that we came from and previous people that we came from.
Right.
Yes, the
I
East,
want to show like the why he said that E5 is older, just to give that context. So let me bring this back up again.
so just understand when I say it's older, I'm only speaking in principle because we've been on this planet for millions of years.
Right.
So we
So
know when we was walking the earth, we wasn't saying
but
5.5 million.
right. So I spoke on this a little bit earlier, but I wanted to like at least like show you what he said. So
Okay.
or a liked opinion. So it's not overly stated. But some of the most prepared academic minds concur with this same concept that Ifa is the root spirituality. I have a colleague that I was speaking with, and we were exchanging ideas and information, being that he is more based in the Sheshe practice. He told me that Ifa is as old as vegetation. And
mm,
the reason he stated that, or his elders stated that to him, was because when vegetation and amphibious life started exiting the ocean onto land, it literally represented our ancestors. I even saw a documentary recently where a gentleman said we all descend from fungi or mushrooms, and he may not be that far off, because when we look at the Odu of Obeogunda, when it speaks of when human beings were first, discarded, to put it such a way, after we've transpired or transitioned, they were tied to the trees. You know, And because of it, the trees would actually consume the organic matter, and that's where our spiritualities would go into. Before, in the same Odu, we were actually buried in the ground, thus providing that same nutrient cycle back into what is the plant kingdom. But ultimately, that's where we descend from. So to say anything was around before Ifa doesn't really, have a lot of coherency, because what was around before vegetation? What was around before those amphibious beings who possibly started transitioning from an aquatic life to a terrain of life, or a terrestrial life, better said, depending on how we want to analyze it. And then you look at various creation myths as well, that there were possibly beings here before the modern day human beings such as ourselves was really constructed. We were made in their image. So there's a bunch of different theories, and everybody's always going to lean more towards theirs. But the biggest thing we've always tried to do with our channel is present all the information, so ultimately our viewers can come to that conclusion. But when we
That's basically my point. He's speaking in principle. That's my whole point. Because when you look at the seven root races that I broke down, originally we were etheric in nature. So let's say hypothetic, in the Yoruba language, they may have an understanding of that etheric nature. You know what I mean? And it's understood in their language base. So in principle, that would be the oldest. Just like when we use an etheric state, that's known as the Elohim root epic. Then as we started to crystallize down more into the physical, we became a watery element. Okay. And then that watery element in the Hebrew culture is known as the Molecular element or era, which those that practice the theosophical thought, they will call that the Hyperborean. And then we started to trickle down more, but our bodies weren't fully coursed. So now you start to talk about what is known as the Tamal Nadu epic, or what they were called the Lumerian root epic. Remember, the brothers said at one time they was tying themselves up around trees, and then their bodies would just dissolve. The reason why, because our bodies weren't fully solidified in the physical form that we see today. At one time, we was actually walking around, as the book of Psalms say, as glorious bodies of light on the earth plane for millions and millions of years before we even solidified ourselves. The solidification came roughly around 60 million BCE, but we were still asexual in nature. We had both masculine and female principle, but we weren't separate sexes. That started to occur roughly around 21 million BCE. And we broke into what is known as a Karwa Nikiva, which took a 3 million year period. So we're talking 21 million BCE to 18 million BCE. You see this Karwa Nikiva coming from the Zalah of Ha'adam, mistranslated as a rib, but it meant the feminine principle or the feminine side of Ha'adamah, or Ha'adam. So the language, remember I said in principle, in principle, the Buddhist is correct. In principle, the Hindu is correct. In principle, the Ifa traditionist is correct. In principle, they might have a word for it, and that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that we wasn't saying 60 million years ago our original spirituality was Ifa in literalcism, but we were saying it by the way of our action and principle. If y'all understand what I'm saying, I am a Muslim in principle. I am a God body or nation gods on earth in principle. I am a Buddhist in principle. But am I that in the sense of practicing the activities of their belief systems? No, I'm an Israelite and I practice my understanding through the Israelite paradigm. So what I'm saying with that the brother was saying is correct in principle. And when he talked about the vegetable kingdom, he's correct. And Dr. Baines date, I tell you that I teach at the Mighty Hebrew University each day, or correctly, each root epic we existed, but our bodies was encased and it was adaptable to that circumstance. So the first day we existed, the second day, the first day, but our bodies was adaptable to that. So what the brother is speaking about is a part of our existence that we was adaptable in, and that was the vegetable kingdom. But we existed in all kingdoms. You understand what I'm saying? And as we trickled down until we got into the physical form that we see today, this is why our bodies is made up of all them elements. That's why the best diet is a vegan diet, because we come from them realms, so to say, or that separated tree of life. So he's absolutely correct in principle. I'm just saying in language, we wasn't walking around saying, yeah, we follow Ifa. We wasn't doing that. That only came later when we started to separate ourselves and became adaptable in certain environments, so to say. And then from there, we developed languages, and that's how them things came. But it's
Well,
very
from
interesting.
understanding, like the word of E5, what does E5 mean? I want Dr. Ben to really break down the word E5. What does it mean? And then go into it even deeper. Also going into what he
Nafi,
said. I want to hear.
Yes, yeah, I
okay.
want to hear you break that
Can y'all
down,
hear me?
man. Yeah,
Okay.
break that down because
And
you
and
pulled up
and
that
and,
Hebrew
and that
word.
is why yes, and that is why I started out by showing that the word exists in the very first text, right? And that text don't have a timeline. It exists right there, the second verse. Why ifak? Now let's break down the word ifak. Now in Yoruba, ifa have a numerical value of 16. That word in Hebrew, why ifak, the way it's used in Genesis 2 verse 15, it have a numerical value because it's a word that is more. The wa is like a preposition, right? And when you combine the morph word, you get 16, 16. Two parts of that word, y, e, and then the fak, you get 16, 16. That's not a coincidence, right? And we know that 16, how did 16 come about, be such a significant number in Yoruba and Hebrew? Because when there is a Cuban Babalao, one of the sharpest I've ever come across. He's a naturopath, he's a scientist, and again, he acknowledged that Ifa is the foundation. And his explanation is this: when the sperm meets the egg, it multiplies 4 by 4 during the first 4 days of embryonic genesis, producing 16 undifferentiated womb points, or which is Odu, or cells. And from there on, additional biosynthesis eventually produce 256 cells, which produce the human body, and millions more cells. And this is the basis, this is the binary sequence that births life. So you see the biochemistry, right? So when you go into Hebrew and you take the 16th, the 16, the number 16, and you break it down to a letter, 1 plus 6 equals 7. Now you're looking at the letter Zayin. Zayin implies strong. You're about to produce something. You're removing the waste, you're structuring, and then there is the metabolic waste aspects of it, and you're removing that aspect of things, but you're structuring, and that's why the letter Zayin is the root of the word Zara, which means seed. You see how all of that correlates? Now we go back to the word again, stick to the word Ifa. Now, if you look at the Hebrew form of it, faki, or the root, fak, you hear the word facts, like facts of life, because Ifa is the Akashic records of the universe. The Ifa Ifa Odu is the Akashic records of the universe. 99% of the universe is plasma. Plasma is intelligence, right? And the plasma is the intelligence is in the clouds. The clouds is in the clouds, is invisible and invisible matter, tangible and intangible. It's in your cells. It's in your blood. Your blood is plasma, you know? So when you look at Faki, the letter P and F are interchangeable. The letter F or P implies in Hebrew to break into something, to masticate and communicate something. So what is it that is being broken into? The next letter is Ket. Ket represent the DNA helix, the plasma, that which contains some information about something. And then the last letter, the Yud, implies to create, to fashion. It implies wisdom or kokma in the sense of what gives power, what gives purpose and function to things. And that's Faki. Faki means to entrap. It's something that is entrapped into something. It's a Odu, it's a womb point, right? It's a teaching. It's principles that you can unlock, understand to manifest fathomable realities. And that is what was breathed into man. Waifa, Nishama Chaim, he engraved, he breathed into the nostril of man. Ifa engraved those Akashic records. So now you have the ability to think, to discern, to unlock the secrets of life, the purpose of your biochemistry. You know, it says man became a Nishama Kaim. The Ni implies a productive soul. Shama is the ability to discern and declare. It's a character. So a character was engraved into man from Ifa, from the Akashic record that give that person a unique expression as a human being and a destiny. You see what I'm saying? So so there is no conflict. It's the foundation. So now the other thing we're going to look at, we look at Faki and its relation to Ifa, one in the same. Remember, the Igbo people say Afa, Yoruba say Ifa. So we see that there are letter interchangeabilities. It doesn't mean that they are different. They're the same system. The Tiv people in Nigeria, they say Afa. The Ewe say Afa. Same system, right? So now we look at the word Odu. So now when you look at the word Odu, you take Odu into Igbo, it becomes Etu. Odu, Etu imply wisdom system methods, right? So overall, these are teaching, these are principles, these are womb that embodies teachings and ideas and science that you can use to manifest something tangible. You know, we know what a womb does, right? So you can make the correlation there. So the Igbo say Etu. In Jamaica, when you give my grandmother some wisdom or my mother some wisdom, or you explain something that is insightful and she grasps the understanding, she said, ah, you. That's not English. That's Igbo. And that's a cognate to Odu. We still use it to this day. Now, when you go into the Bible, it's the fourth word in the Bible. The fourth word, which shows you, or in the Torah, which shows you that it's the foundation. These are the foundational systems that we preserve as Igbo, as Yoruba, which means that what we see as the Torah, the Bible, it is coming out of these oral traditions. And they were scribed. Oral tradition can be written and unwritten, right? So the fourth word in the Torah is I'm going to read the first four words. Bereshit, Breshit, bara Elohim et. The word there, et, is not just a definitive article. It means tools of cultivation. And you see it in the book of Joel 3, I think 7, 10, or somewhere about, as etikem and your plowshare,
Yeah,
which
etiquette,
is a tool of
etiquette.
cultivation. Etikem
Bang.
as a tool of plowshare. So you see where et means tools of cultivation. So the Elohim, who are the Orisha, who are the selected consciousness, who are the administrator, who are the geneticists, they are called Elohim et, meaning these are the tools of, they are those who know how to wield the tools of cultivation. The et, the etu, the odu, to do what? Manifest, to cultivate, Hashamayim, the plasma, the heavens, and then the same word et is repeated again as wa'et, and cultivate, unlock these odu, and cultivate and manifest Haharetz, which is the
Right.
earth. Now, the word Aretz, earth, is coming from the word Ratz, which means to, which implies to run, but it also gives you the word Ratzo and Ratzon, Rotza and Ratzon, which implies wants and desire. So earth is a place where you find wants and desires. The wants and desire is always to what? Connect back to Ifa. Connect back to the source, to be reprogrammed, to be given correct how we are to function. Everything on earth needs the heavens, needs the sun in order to be, in order to remain in existence.
And
That's it.
that's absolutely correct, because when you're looking at, when you broke down Bereshit bara Elohim, we know Bereshit, we see that Hebrew word resh, and in the ancient archaic Hebrew, we see as an image of a head, a man head shaking. So what we're talking about is thought becoming physically manifested into reality. So the heavens, symbolic for us, the Israelites, is the mind. And the earth, or the Eretz, or the Aratazah, is the manifestation and substance from the mind. This is why we always want to return back to that consciousness. But that was definitely fire, how you showed. See, everything that we're doing here tonight, we're debunking this idea that the Hebrew Israelite culture is an African Edenic in base. We're debunking the idea that we didn't have connection to that. Where we're showing clear, when we say in Ephah, we can find this word in the scripture. And Bereshit, which y'all know is Genesis chapter 2:15. I just looked it up in the Ivrit while the doctor was talking, and it's pronounced Ifat. And it's right there in the Hebrew. Just like that word Vudan is in the, I believe, in the 16th chapter of Bereshit. You know what I'm saying? Or is it the 16th? No, excuse me, the 15th chapter of Bereshit, we see that word as well. So these words we had with us from the East, and when we came to the West, or West Africa, we brought these concepts with us. So that was powerful. But it's a question I want to ask you, Dr. Baines, today, because I don't have that much longer. Your understanding of Kabbalistic thought, its connection to the Hebrew culture, and its connection to traditional West African spiritual systems. But we're focusing on Ephah right now. So where is the interconnection with Kabbalistic thought or Zoharic thought with the Hebrew culture in Ephah?
He's been up and down. He's in Jamaica, so he loses connection at times.
Oh,
So,
we lost. Did we lose him?
what I do want to do is show you guys this. Okay, I want to show y'all this about
When you
cosmology.
finish the
I want to show you
second, this
guys.
Say that again.
Okay, I'm gonna show you guys
Genesis.
cosmology. Okay, this is the Ifa cosmology, right? So let me.
Dang.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Oh, okay. All right. Wonderful. So let me show you the cosmology of Ifa. Right. Okay. Oh, okay. He's back. He's back. Oh, he's not connected yet. But first, but while we're waiting on him to, okay, while his, okay, here we go. All right. So go ahead and answer that
I'm
question.
back in. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
repeat the question. The last thing I said, I heard was your understanding. I got thrown off.
Yeah. I was saying because she wanted to show, and that's the thing right there. You see how she was about to bring up the Ifa cosmology and cosmology, and I feel as though an excellent book to read would be The Secret Doctrine, volumes 1 and 2, because in them books it shows you this universal understanding of cosmology and cosmology. That's why when we look at the East, you can see cosmology and cosmology in the Chinese systems, in the Hindu systems, in all these different Eastern systems. We see that. But what I wanted to ask you, because I ain't got that much more time,
But I
where's the
want to say that EFI existed before those systems. And if you actually look into it, right, EFI is simplistic. One thing that I did is that when I asked the Babala, I said, okay, the I Ching, right, is very like detailed, right? And he says, well, the EFI is more simplistic. So what happens is that before you come up with a more detailed, abstract thing of anything, it starts off with a simple system and then it gets more abstract. So the I Ching being very abstract and very like detailed is what came after Ifa. But let's go into the question that you asked.
yeah, and to add to that, I want to make it clear so people understand what I'm saying so nobody don't think I'm disagreeing. What I'm saying is we've been on this planet, our history from our research is 311 trillion, 40 billion years. But we've been roughly on the planet as separate male and female 18 million years. And I mean, we can even go into the Ramapithecus to show that. But the point that I'm stressing, and I'm going to continue to stress, is a lot of times we can get caught up in language barriers. And I want the students in the Mighty Hebrew University to understand the principle of things is what matter. Once again, we wasn't walking around saying, "Yo, I got the Torah in my hand. Yo, I got," you know what I mean? We practice Ephah. We wasn't saying that. We was practicing it by the way of a lifestyle. It was just second to nature. The terminologies came when we started to migrate in the different regions and started to amalgamate. When you go into West Africa, it's an amalgamation of different cultures mixing and then producing, not to say Ifa, but what they understood that they had left. And that's what they developed. So I want to make it
can
clear
I
we wasn't right.
can I just address something real quick? Which
Sure.
thing which thing did we develop first? The ability to talk or the ability to write? The ability to talk
Um,
or the ability to write? Which
I
one came
think, I
first?
think what we did first, what we was doing first, we was reading each other's mind first. And then from
Okay.
after reading each other's mind, then from there, we had the ability to talk. All the traditions was oral. But
Okay.
what I'm saying to
I
you,
want to land
let
my
me just finish.
I want to
I
land my
know.
I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane. So
Okay, go ahead.
E5, even to this day, is not written. It's an oral tradition. It is actually a group of songs. The Odu Ifa are a group of songs. The reason why they were
Okay.
able to pass these things down because they use song as vibration to pass things down. Now, I'm not
Hmm.
sure if I say the word Billie Jean. Can you not tell me what the words of that song is? Billie Jean is not my lover. He just a girl
Right.
that claimed that I am the one, but the kid is not my son. Now, I first heard Billie Jean when I was like 5 years old. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, imagine a whole system based in song, right? That as a child you learn at a very early age. Now, the Torah was written. It was
No,
not
it was oral first. It was oral, then it was written.
Okay, was it oral? Okay, was it oral? And so is the oral? Okay, was it an oral tradition based in song, or was it an oral
Yes,
just based in?
yes, you can find that in Deuteronomy 33. You'll see us writing songs in our oral tradition. Yes.
Because the only time I see
What-
song is when I see
That's
songs
what I'm saying.
and
That's what
certain
I'm trying to
proverbs.
say.
Because
So
Right.
okay, okay,
But
but
that's what I'm trying to say, sister. The Yoruba
let,
language,
let me just
the
let me just
Bible.
interject real something.
Just let me just finish my thought. The Yoruba language, the Hebrew language of the day, these are modern languages. These are modern languages. We was more of a vibrational people by consonants, but that's a different story.
vibration is
Let
song.
me just,
Vibration is song.
I didn't interrupt you, sister. Let me just land. Let me land it. What I'm saying to you is, when you deal with things principle, you there's no separation. Like when you were saying that Ifa is older than the Chinese culture, I'm saying in principle that's not true, because in principle even the Chinese people have before it was written. So, and when I'm saying the Chinese, I'm not talking about the modern day Chinese. I'm talking about like the Sun, the Ainu people. We wasn't running around with the system that you see in West Africa today. We had a similar system in the East, but as we developed, we was amalgamating. You got to remember, sister, we was amalgamating with tribes that were already there. So it's not in its purest form. Nothing on this
So why
planet is in
is
its purest
something
form.
that's more detailed? Okay, all right. So even the pyramids, right? Like let's look at the pyramids. You had the step pyramids, and then you had like the
Yeah,
actual pyramids of Egypt, right? So do you
yeah.
think that which one do you think came first? The actual pyramids that were trying like detail or the step pyramid? Just so I can get an idea where
I
your mind.
know, I know, I know, I know that archaeologists say some. Let me correct myself. Some archaeologists say that the step pyramids are older, but we know right now today there's history and facts that the pyramids in China are older than the pyramids in Egypt. So what I'm saying is this, that's my whole point. If you type it up, you have pharaohs in China going back in the suit 7,500 BCE, which is older than the dynastic pharaohs. So what I'm saying to everybody, in principle, all these systems are correct in principle, meaning Ben Ami told us best. Truth has the inherited power to produce the promised effect. What did he mean by that? Meaning I can open up the Quran and I can see truth in it by the way of principle. No matter what language they speaking in, the principle is there. If I go into the Ifa tradition, I can see in principle which true. I can go to the Buddhists and sit amongst Shaolin monks and abstract the principle, and that's the truth. Verse, this is first, that's nothing is first before what is original. All these systems were original before they fell and started amalgamating with invaders and other people. So I'm
So you
not here to say
that Eking came, the Eking came before Ifa when the actual word Eking come from the actual Iking that the actual Babylon throws and actually uses for divination.
let me ask you, how
Listen,
old is the Yoruba language?
let me say this real quick. Because within E5, this is the reason why I agree with the Babylon that says that these things are
no,
first. Is because
let me just clear up something real quick because we really not disagreeing, you know. Let me
Right?
just help clear up something because
That's what I'm trying to tell her.
we're
We're
really
not in
not
disagreement.
disagreeing. Let
But
me
when you
just
start talking,
this is what I started out by saying first and foremost. I am saying that the Yoruba are part of the ancient Israelites. And I define what an
facts,
Israelite is. We're not just talking about no earthly people. We're talking about that
right?
we are the Orishas on the terrestrial plane. We're not just talking about a bloodline of a man named Jacob and Esau. We are the manifestation of a cosmic idea. Okay, with that being cleared now, we are now also the custodians of the primordial system of spirituality that births everything. Now, when you look at the Yoruba 256, the Igbo has it too, the Ewe has it too. But watch this. The Ewe people even said that they migrated out of China and India back into Mother Africa. Hold on. That's deep. Yoruba and Ewe are the same people. Now, so watch this. The I Ching. Remember, the Chinese are children to us. Even the Hindus are children to us. The I Ching is indeed coming out of Ifa, the foundation that we are the custodians of. This is why we are a special bread, because we preserve the custodian system from which everything emerged. And that's what I was saying all along. So there really isn't any conflict, because the Chinese only have, if I am correct, 64 Odus or 64 of the 256, which means they don't have all of it. But ultimately, it came from us. We were
Wait,
there.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, doctor. But she don't fully understand. She think that the system that they have right now in Yoruba land, she making it seem like that's exactly what we was doing in the core. No, we wasn't. That was developed as years transpired. Yes, we are the original Orishas. We are the original Elohim. We are the gods. We are the Netzes. Whatever name one wants to call it. The point that I'm saying is what we see in West Africa today. What we see is it's not in its purest form because of captivities, invaders, amalgamating with other people, taking on their ways and traditions. That's why the Torah told us, don't be like them other nations and imitate them. So that's why I keep saying in principle. I keep saying this
Well,
over
no,
and
no,
over.
no, I'm gonna say
Huh?
this.
Let me,
That
oh, oh,
okay.
I know, let me finish. Let me finish, sister. You thinking he's saying the same exact thing as you. No. What you're saying, sister, is the system of Ephi that you follow. You think the way that you're following it is absolute in the sense of following it like that millions of years ago. And that's not true. This is why we have to talk in principle. In principle, then we can all be understood in the universal. So if I go to a Rastafari and he say to me, Jah Rastafari, Jah Rastafari, I know that he's saying me and him one we God in essence. If I go to a person that practice Ifa, no matter if they speak in Yoruba or not, or they say the word Ifa is the source, I say, yeah, you're right. Ifa is the source. If I go to a Buddhist and they'll be like, yeah, you know, Buddha, the enlightenment, that's the source. Or if I go to a Hindu and they talk about meditating into a state of nirvana, that's the source. So, in essence of that, or in principle, all that is true. So, there is no separation. The separation comes with tribalisms. When people try to say, oh, we said it like this, or we did it like that, that's where the tribalisms come in. And that's where the separation comes. And that's what I'm saying that I'm not with none of that. I'm saying I can go into all these different systems and I can see the principle because right now, until we get back into our original state, none of these systems are in their purest form. We, as Dr. said, have to use our DNA from a cosmic level to return back in principle to that original source. The traditions that you see in West Africa, the customs that you see, it's an amalgamation of many different cultures in West Africa, and they was able to retain whatever they had that was original. They retained it, and then there were things that were added because of the demarcation station being shifted
What?
around. So
No,
that's all.
no, no. I'm sorry. I don't think there was anything at it because the Odu are the Odu. Okay.
Then
Basically,
why can't we do the things that we did before? Like sister, if this is my question. When I ask you how old is Yoruba, I know the oldest rhythm and sound language is known as Zinzar. You can look that up right now. That's older than Yoruba. That's older than Hebrew. What we know today, that's older than them. This is the language of vibration and sound. What I'm saying to you, sister, if we were so in tune, why can't we manifest how we was manifesting years ago? We're not manifesting because,
Can I just show you something? And
but you understand, what I'm saying to you, sister, the beast is on our neck. Why can't we use them power sources
because people
to
are
get
not,
the
they're not,
off
because
our
we're,
neck?
we're too busy being Christians and being everything else that
No, no,
the
no, no.
colonizer
But
made us into.
I'm
Most
even
people
talking about,
in Syria do
but,
not practice
but
evil, they
sister,
practice Christianity. They
but
don't.
I know, sister, but let's deal with logic, sister. Let's deal with logic. It don't matter which system black people get into. They not getting the beast off their back. And I'm saying they not getting it off their back because they not in tuning themselves in a certain realm. There's a certain vibration that we have to in tune ourselves with. I'm not saying E5 is bad. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying in principle that is true. But I'm not going to turn around and say, because I'm saying this is true, I'm not going to turn around and say that's not true. In principle, Islam is true in principle. Listen to my words. It's true in principle. If you go into Sufism, you're going to see the truth of Ifa in Sufism. If you go to Taoism, in principle, you're going to see the same thing. It's just a different language. We barricade ourselves with people's cultures and traditions, and we say, well, this was first, that was first. But we know we've been on the planet for millions of years. It would be naive for us as a people to try to say these modern traditions is the same exact way as 60 million years ago when we walked on this earth. That's just not true. That would be hypothetical. That would be
Well,
theoretical.
let me say that what part is not
That's
hypothetical.
all.
Within Ifa, you have Judaism, you have Islam, you have Buddhism, you have Hinduism, you have Christianity, right? Now,
Okay.
um, when it really so I want that's why I wanted to bring up the cosmology of Ifa
That's
because
fine.
all right, so let's go into the cosmology, okay? So
And all systems have cosmology.
okay, fine. So the
Okay.
cosmology is the study of a structure of the universe which attempts to discover the principles of unity that sustain creation. The cosmology of
Okay.
Ifa is based on the belief that the microcosm immediate environment is a reflection of the macrocosm, the universe. This means that
Yeah.
forces that created the stars and the galaxies
Yeah.
also created the earth, including plants, animals that evolved on the planet. Because of this continuity, Ifa teaches that every problem faced by humans has an analogous counterpart in every realm of being. A scripture frequently describes the problems encountered by animals, plants, with the underlying assumption that the human condition encounters the same struggles for survival. Right. So if I have a
Mhm.
plant that's in my house and is dying, I must be having some issues with them. So okay, so one of the
No
functions
problem.
one of the functions of divination is to identify the ways in which the universe forces manifest in everyday life. It is done through the use of myth because myth makes use of symbolic material and understanding of symbols makes it possible for the diviner to relate myth to a given situation. The fundamental cosmological paradigm that Ifa uses to interpret symbols is the belief that manifestation in the universe is the result of balancing polarities. Most systems of
Mm,
metaphysics are based on the belief that primal polarity that sustains the physical universe is the tension between expansion and contraction. Well, this is the same thing
mhm.
that's in Taoism. The same exact.
But you know what you're saying, sister?
Hold
That's
on,
my
no, no,
when
no, no,
you're
no, 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 no. Listen. I let you land your plane.
that's
Let me
built
land.
with each other. I know, but that's built with each other. What I'm saying with your reading is this.
Jews described as a
Hold on.
relationship between darkness and light,
I know,
same
but
as Taoism. This relationship is not considered a conflict between the forces of good and evil. The polarity between expansion and contraction is understood to be a fundamental quality of dynamics and form as they exist in nature. Using the divination system of the Fa, expansion or light is represented by a single vertical line. Blah blah
no,
blah. We
no
can go
problem.
into that. So
No,
so
no, no, I'm saying, but what you saying, I know about the E5 cosmology and cosmology.
So what?
What I'm saying to you,
Everybody, everybody that's
hold
listening
on.
does not know that.
I know, but let me say, can I get what I'm saying to you? The you got over here what is known as Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis. In Hebrew cosmogenesis, you have a duality in all things. What you're saying is the same thing. That's why I'm saying to you, in principle. Do you understand what I keep saying? In principle, I'm not looking at the outside traditions. The outside traditions that you see, the way they dress in Yoruba culture, the ritualisms, all that was developed, you know what I'm saying, in West Africa. But what I'm saying, the cosmological understanding existed even before that. This is why when you go into cosmology, you can go into any system. It's the same exact system. It's just different names. And because of environmental conditions, the cosmological understanding must be adaptable to that condition.
Okay, so
So if
so
I,
so can you
but,
source where this
but,
happened before
let
the
me,
other? Can you
let
say
me
that?
finish my thought. I know, but let me finish my thought. So if I go into the Tibetan monastery, they got Tibetan cosmology there. They got it there. You understand what I'm saying? If I go to the Hindus, they got it there. If I go to East Pakistan, they got it there. The whole point that I'm saying is people are keep arguing. This is the problem with Black America. The same argument that one is saying E5 is first is the same argument where Afrocentric Egyptologists say that Kemet was first and that the Metunetics system was before all that. I'm saying I beg to differ from that. I'm saying in principle, yes, they all go back to one source. Now, whatever name you want to call it, that's fine. In principle, is the truth what we are to see. That's where we gain our power.
History,
We
right? We're talking
lose.
history,
Say what? Say what, sister?
but
Do
we're
you
talking.
understand what I'm saying? Let me
We're
ask you something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're
I
saying.
know,
We
but
source.
no, but I'm asking you, do you
So
understand what I'm saying?
I get 100% what you're saying. It's like there is
Okay,
there,
what am I saying?
it
No,
doesn't.
for the audience to understand what I'm saying. What am I saying?
There is no the only source is the source. It's like the source of God. Like all these people want to
All right,
fight, want
do
to
you
fight.
understand what I'm
You're,
saying? I
you're,
know, but
you're interrupting me. You asked me a question.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So what you're saying is that you have this faction over here saying that they're the source. You got this faction over here saying they're the source. You have this one saying that
Right.
they're the bottom line is the only source is God. So therefore, there is no really main source. Everybody is like the source because it's all talking about the same thing. Yes or no?
That's it. That's it. That's why I'm saying if you say to me E5 is the original, I say you're correct. Because in principle, that's correct. If somebody say to me, yo, I follow Kabbalistic thought, and we talking about the separated tree of life, and the head thought of that is Keta, I say you absolutely correct in principle. Verse, no, you wrong because they had a Kabbalistic system over here first. When in fact, before all this stuff was written or known, it was known through our actions and attitude. We wasn't walking around labeling ourselves. We wasn't even walking around saying, yo, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. We wasn't doing that. We was just living it. This is why in our culture, work and worship is the same. It goes back to the Hebrew word avad, which means to toil for, to work for, to slave for. So it wasn't a thing that we was labeling ourselves and running around in ancient times saying this was first, because we always knew we were that which was. So there was no need for us to say this was first, this was second, because we was that all that existed. We are God. We are
That's it.
the Elohim. But go ahead, though, Dr. Banks.
I would like to also add this. The inspiration or the download that gave rise to the oral tradition. Yes, we see it in languages, but it have to have come through an ascended one's meditation or inquiry or download, right? So watch this carefully. Our languages are light code refractions. The way the
That's right.
West define our languages, they don't define languages as light code refractions
Fact.
because their language don't accurately define reality. But when you go into
Mhm.
African languages, Eastern languages, the languages embody the cosmology. Everything is in the language. So watch this carefully. You have a clan of people who have a particular culture. They have their priesthood. The priesthood is who's shaping the culture, which is the cosmology, the language which embodies everything, right?
No, don't wear.
So everyone is giving or conveying their light code refraction as embodied in the language, the science in the language. So now
Fact.
you go to Igbo, who are cousins to the Yoruba genetically, linguistically. The Igbo has another angle of light on the same subject. The Yoruba call Ifa, the Yoruba call it Afa, and below that, Odinala, Omenala. Odinala simply means it is built into everything. It's built into the land. Everything you need to know about something is built into that thing. So all you need to do, study that thing, quantify that thing, qualify that thing, intuit that thing, and then that thing, the ordinala, becomes the what? Omen Allah. The omen, the culture, the traditions of the land. Then you go to Akan. All these are cousins now. The Akan have their light code refraction an angle of the same idea as Okra. Then you go to Congo, same brothers, same genetic, they all from the same father. The Bakongo will have it as what? Yowa, or the Dakenga cosmology. They ain't saying nothing different. It's just angle of the same light. My
Fact.
teacher would always say to me, he always said to me, the creator is a creator of variety. Variety is the spice of life. So when we
That's
sit
a fact.
down as a family and we begin to share our angle of life on the subject, we edify each other. And that's what the word Eden, the Garden of Eden, the word Eden actually come from the word Ada. It means to witness the garden. Gan means the vehicle that housed the life force. What is that? Your cells. The trees is made up of cells. The clouds is plasma. So the
Mm.
garden is the trees, the plasma, the animals, everything. You're going to Eden. You're going to witness. And whatever you witness, you do what? You use it to safeguard your existence. You document, you pass it down orally because the Hebrew word
Big
for
rock.
book
Big rock.
also implies oral. It doesn't have to be
Right.
written, orally
That's a
passed
fact.
down from generation to generation. I just wanted to add that component because we really ain't saying
No,
nothing different. We on
you're
one accord.
absolutely
All I'm hearing is oneness.
yo, and I'm saying y'all both correct. All I'm just and that was my point when you were saying about the light, and how everything through the cosmology comes through this light language. And then she look up Zenzar, Senzan, means ZAR. It is the language of light and vibration. So I'm saying that EFI is understood based on the environmental condition of each people. Like if a person live in the Netherlands or a group of people live in the Netherlands, then their understanding of EFI is going to be adaptable, or it's going to be adaptable based on the environment. No matter what language they speak in, they're going to be adaptable to that environment. That's EFI. If you go to Tibet and they adapt to that environment, that's Ifa. Or I can even change the name and give it a different name. But in essence of all of it, it all goes back to source. It all, and that's how I can sit in a Buddhist monastery and sit amongst a Buddhist, and I won't even get offended because I know he's saying the same thing as me. In essence, he's saying the same exact thing as me. That's all I'm saying.
All right, so let's get into the divination aspect because that's really what Ifa is centered around. The whole uh thing of Ifa, the whole, like I say, practice of Ifa is centered around
Right.
divination. So you have
Mm-hmm.
I Ching, which is divination. You have
Oh,
Taoism and all those different practices. So then we get into the divination aspect, right? Now
uh-huh.
let's get into Ejiogbe, right? Now Ogbe is the owner of Yeku. You know what I'm saying? Now, so this is like the system of Ifa. It's
Okay.
not just just Ifa. Ifa is a whole system of understanding what exactly
We understand that. We
on
understand
a
that.
person's life. So okay, so what happens is when those things are cast, it tells you what's going on in a person's life. There are certain songs
Okay.
that are being sung, and then there's a commentary, right? So if a Babalawo throws a Jogbe, when you go to get a consultation, right? If I says this person's about to go on a journey, if I says there'll be a blessing in long life, abundance in
Right.
children, if I says this person's star will shine above all others who are met on the journey, if I says this person should eat sweet potatoes as medicine for good fortune, tutu, here's the offering, pigeon, rooster, Bama palma, this, that, the other, right? Then
Right.
rope cast for evil, slander of the home. This is like the bad part, right? The streets. There was all make a bow inside the home. This is like this is a prescription being given to the person, right? And then
Right, 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 right.
there's also a offering a tutu. There's an Iwo. There's also when it also comes into it like things that might actually to work out for. So Ephah says immortals insist on justice. Ephah says this person will receive a blessing of abundance. Says that there are many people saying slanderous things about this person, both at home and at work. Ephah says the person will rise above their enemies. Ephah says this person should worship Ephah. Etutu, here's the offering. So there, and then there's like I said, there's even more deeper. Like they didn't really get.
Right.
It might be a
So are you what do you want to compare that to something?
hold on. I wasn't done.
I'm,
It might
I'm trying to figure it out.
watch out for your stomach might be watch out for your stomach, your back. Make sure you don't trip and fall. Watch out for your
Okay.
feet. Different of these things do not offer only like it gives you a story, it gives you like a actual
Oh,
offering, it gives you the actual part of the body that it like is connected to. Then there's a commentary to make sure that they don't lose what they already. So this is like for Iyeku, right? So Agbe is the
see?
owner of Iku, right? So Agbe is where the Agbe is where the egg comes. Echo is like death, right? So life and death. So and life is the owner of death. So and the well, no, Yeku is the owner of Agbe. So the darkness is the owner of the light. So it's like that's where the So Eku is the owner of Agbe. And so they have their own thing, the offerings that's involved, this, that, the other. So it's more to it than just when you say Ifa. This is like the beginning of like the book of Ifa, like of what it's talking about, like when it comes down to it. So yeah, so let's get
You
into
know
it.
what I'm saying, but do you understand what I'm saying? When the brother broke down Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, and he was breaking down E5, he was going into the celestial realm, like E5 or E5. Birds, which you're speaking is terrestrial. Are you asking the question, do we have similar divination? Because you know what you just did, right? You can watch old kung fu movies and a man can be sick, right? And he'll go to the Chinese herbalist and he'll do some, fill some of the pressure points, and he'll give a story, and and the whole not about the same thing he did. My point is, all I'm saying is all these systems go back to the same source, the same substance, but they're
But
understood based on the environment. They eat the E5 way of life is adaptable or adapted from the surrounding that we were around in Yoruba land in Nigeria.
No,
Just like you remember,
you're missing the point because what it is
no,
like no, because
it's
if
just like the demon.
if you
It's
you
just like demon. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like if you go to Demona, the Israelites are going to do things differently than those that you see in the United States because they're in two different environments, even though they both Israelites. My whole point is it's not that I'm missing the point. What I'm saying is I'm taking all these systems back to one source when there was no name for it. There was no name.
according
Names are all
to what I
later.
understand about the Torah says that this is the exact thing would be considered witchcraft.
no,
Divination.
No, it
no.
doesn't.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in.
No,
Let me jump in. Let me jump in right there. Let me jump in right there. The Torah does not say that. What you think the Urim Turim and the casting of lots is? There is a brother from Eweland. He's a priest from Eweland. You need to get him on your program. I forgot his name. And he did an entire presentation and he practiced Afa. It's their culture too. And he did a whole
mm,
breakdown of the biblical Urim Turim as well as the casting of lots, and he show you linguistically and the in terms of the instrument they use in Eweland and the instrument mentioned in the Bible, and he show you it's the same exact system used in Afa. It's the
So
same
here's
system,
so
right?
why the Old Testament it
Now
says
let me just finish. Let me just finish, sister. I understand where you're coming from. Just let me just finish, please. And and so the casting of lots, go into the Bible and read about the casting of lots. It's the same thing as doing the divination in Ifa in order to find out what is the reading for particular situation. The Torah does not condemn that at all. And let me go a little deeper. You show the Okbe Meji just now. Now the Okbe Meji correspond to the Hebrew word Gaba, the same GB, Gaba, right? Okbe also implies heaven. The Gaba also imply heaven in Hebrew, right? Oyeko, you said Oyeko mean death, but it also means far more than that. The word oyeko is a cognate to the Hebrew Yaakov or Jacob or Jacob. Now you would think I'm talking about a man. No, Jacob before being a man is actually a Odu, right? Now, if we and Yaakov means to measure according to the perception of source, which is the perception of heaven, which would be Gaba or Ogbe. Now, when we go to the Obara Meji, Obara come from the word Obabara, and it means to exalt the Father by bringing the Spirit of the Father, right? Obara is correspond to Abraham. We're not talking about a man. We're talking about a principle that a man can embody. So Obara, Abraham or Abraham mean exalt the Father by bringing the Spirit of the Father. How do you do that? You exalt the Father by unlocking the Odus. Understand the Odus and know how to know how to put those principles, understand, as you just explained, the various reading to deal with various situation or what you will call rules of engagement. For instance, when I consult a Babalawo, I don't eat meat. I would not sacrifice an animal, never. And he told me to do thus and thus. I didn't have to do that. What I look at is the principle of that animal. What is the makeup? What is the purpose of that animal? And I go in nature and find a plant that contains the attributes and the mineral composition, the phytochemicals of that, and the plants that correspond to specific orisha, and I use those in the stead to get the same result. Because ultimately my issue was certain deficiency within my bloodstream,
Ashe.
and I fed that to my bloodstream and to my auric field, and I got my result. So as the Nasik said,
Say to do just to give blood. Sometimes they'll tell you to give plant based on what's available at the
right.
time. Yes.
No, and I understand that, but this is what Nasik was saying about environment and situation, because there is an evolution in this. Because when Ben-Ami returned to Israel, he told the community, we will no longer sacrifice animals. The true sacrifice is you. You gotta clean up your system. And cleansing don't always mean purging. There is tonification and dispersing. You cleanse and build. That's why even Dr. Sebi named this product. He called everything therapeutic. It's not always just cleanse. You have to cleanse and build. You don't deplete. So there is an evolution to this. There's a higher order to all these practices. I'm going to say this and it's going to cause controversy, but I'm not the only one who understands. I know Babalawo who knows.
Oh, he didn't. He was about to cook too. But you know what? Before he come back, you know what I'm saying, I want to say this is that, he was cooking though. He was cooking though. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give it.
Are we the first Hebrews you met? Like, I think we might be the first Hebrews you met. Like,
I've met this like that. Everybody, other Hebrews are like, you are practicing witchcraft. You're evil. That you got your whole thing is about like this and
because they're confusing conjuring the dead and all that with ancestral worship. So I'm gonna let Dr. Bain, that's his field. That's what he specializes in. I'm the historian. People like you that think that because and it ain't really your fault, because there is this so to say the social media understanding. But real quick, Dr. Bain, Rofeng, real quick, Rofeng, I want to ask you a question. What you was just saying, you was breaking down when I was saying about the environment. Could you continue on? And so everybody know when he say Nasi, that means Prince in Hebrew. So everybody
Yeah.
know.
So I was saying
About
as it relates to environment, because when you look at the environment, you have to look at elements. Not only am I entrenched in Yoruba, ancient Hebraic science, I'm also a medical Qigong practitioner. I know the Chinese I Ching system, right? I'm a herbalist, and I integrate all because it's one. Now, when I first went to Dimona, Israel, dehydration was beating the crap out of me. Environment, which means that environment requires now a certain level of mineral nourishment, a certain type of food, a certain type of rehydration food and liquids, right? Until I acclimatize to the environment. As I acclimatize to the environment, I would still need those things, but not in such great concentration. And so that's an example of environment. So now, even if you diagnosing a person, right? Earlier you showed when you do the various the various sacrifices, right? Now, when you go into the Torah, you will see where the word for sacrifice is called kwabon. Kwabon is from that word you get the word carbon. Carbon is what, and the word kwabon or kwarabona, kwarbanot come from the word kwarab, right? It is the root of the English word that they use in science, Krebs, the Krebs cycle, which is governed by the mitochondria DNA, your internal doctor, right? So Whenever you have an infraction in the midst of the people, whenever they violate, right, the principles, a certain kwabanot or offering is required, right? And you see a prescription is given just like in Ifa, right? You will also see in the Torah where it might be a blood sacrifice, an animal, right? But even that is a watered down version of something higher. That's why David said, sacrifice and offering you do not require. What you need is a humble heart, a mind. A heart is a mind that is willing to change and be transformed. Then you hear Samuel said, obedience is better than sacrifice. So you would read, for instance, the peace offering, the peace note, the word shalom, right, which is defined as peace. Shalom in the word, it means to learn. It means to transmutate and learn. It's really about learning, refracting higher light. And the peace offering requires that you burn the fats, you remove the fats from the liver, and you remove the fats from the kidney. Why? So when you go into Chinese traditional medicine, they tell you that liver stagnation is the mother of all diseases. Once the liver becomes stagnant, what causes it to become stagnant? Fats, fatty liver. And once the liver is stagnant, your blood, your chi doesn't flow right. So the tissues won't be nourished. You can't make the hormones to regulate your adrenal, which regulates your brain, which regulates everything, digestion. So once those and the excess fats will in turn damage the kidneys. If the kidneys is damaged, the kidney govern wisdom. But when it's out of balance, you live in fear. Right? You become insecure. If you insecure, you can't learn. Wisdom means to structure and give form and purpose to things, right? Correctly. So once those things are out of balance, you mean you won't have any peace, any shalom. You won't be able to process higher light. You become stagnant. So now the peace offering requires that you purge these organs with what? Aromatic herbs, because the aromatic herbs contain aromatic amino acids. What are they? Phenylalanine, tyrosine, da 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 da. All this is in the Torah. Very similar to the prescription, the Odu that you just read relating to Ogbe and Oyeko. It's the same principle. But guess what? My grandmother, an African woman, she could give you all these answers immediately without casting lots or doing the divination. I witnessed these things. So which is goes to show you, you have certain people who are connected, who have certain genes activated as prophetess, priestess, right? And they just tap right in and tell you your issue immediately. Hence the prophets in the Bible, like who? Eliyahu, which is really Baba Olu Aye. Elijah, Eliyahu is really Baba Olu Aye. Is the embodiment of that Orisha, right? He was able to resurrect the dead. He was a herbalist. He was a healer. He had
Also,
enormous power.
you also talk about Taoism and I King.
Yeah.
So okay, so in Ifa we have Osain, right? Osain, right? So we have that
Yes.
actual orisha of the herbs and of those different things. So what I'm saying is that like it wasn't always the sacrifice of an animal. You know what I'm saying? And it was the same, pretty much the same thing as you're talking about in Taoism. You know, like you could
Right.
actually
Right.
both of those to know the herbs. Now, even when
Right.
I go to priest, my godparents are from Cuba. They don't always have to. The sacrifice of an animal is like the last. It usually only happens when you're trying to either give birth to an orisha or do something like really serious. It only when you go to a babalao. Most orishas are going to tell you what to do with plants and with herbs. Even the babalao will tell you what to do. They'll tell you to take a bath in certain herbs. They'll get the herbs together, and it's called the man. What's the bath called? Doing, but it's a omiro. They have a thing called omiro. They make you take a bath. They collect the herbs and they'll like They pray over it. It might be a bath during a person's Orisha ceremony that they made the Orisha with, and then you put that into the water. You pour it over your head or whatever they tell you to do, and you cleanse yourself, and that is done usually during the giving birth to an Orisha. So those or during certain prayers to energize those plants. So the whole thing is not just about sacrificing animals, doing this like that. It's not like a thing where it's like that. So therefore,
Sister, that's my point right there. We're saying as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals that sacrifice was incorporated in the original system of stores. There was a time when we wasn't sacrificing at all.
That's right.
That's my
That's the point.
that's my point.
That's the point.
When I was saying earlier that Ephah is understood based on environmental and circumstantial conditions. When you go to Yoruba land and you seeing them sacrificing and divination, all that, that was incorporated in E5. The original understanding that E5 wasn't in that system. That's my point. That was my whole point the whole time I was speaking. I'm saying when we go back to the source, certain things are going to be shredded away based upon the principle of the subject matter. The principle of the subject matter, when you go to Micah chapter 2, verse 8, it said, when it's all the sacrifices, your righteousness will be, the sacrificial requirement. Another thing that the Rofe said, which means healer in Hebrew, by the way, so you'll know. What the Rofe was saying, he was saying about his I believe you said your grandmother, right? Your grandmother, correct? You
mhm.
said something about your
That's correct.
and you said that
Yes.
and you told me the story a lot of times. How your grandmother can just look at you and tell you what's wrong with you. She didn't have to go through no meeting. She didn't have to pass no lie. She didn't have to do any of that stuff. That shows
None of
that
that.
at
There's
one
a higher order.
we were so in
You
tune
know,
with source. Hold on. We were so in tune with Yahweh, so in tune to the point that we knew in essence we were Yahweh. So we can actually transmit thought into physical form. That's the system I'm talking about. When I said earlier to get these devils off of, what divination can we use to get this beast off our this beast in this system that's on our neck? With that, let's keep it up, please. What divination can we use to get off of us? And I'm saying the divination that we can use is when we understand life consciousness and we can activate it and materialize it. That's a whole nother level of thought. This is beyond what we're talking
Nasik,
about. These,
Nasik,
but go ahead.
I like what she said. I like what she said a while ago. Life is nothing but sacrifice. But let's go back to the Hebrew word. I'm using the Hebrew word for sacrifice.
but let me say this real
Dr.
quick.
Sebi always said everything, every
I just want to say this real quick. He says Yahweh, right? All that is breath, right? It's breath. Yahweh, Yahweh. If you actually hear that sound, Yahweh, if you actually took a stethoscope and listened to your breathing, it sounds like
That's a fact.
okay.
That's a
So
fact.
so something has to so the lungs have to sacrifice for the air to come in, and then there has to be another sacrifice for the air to go out. Okay, and that is all that is. So therefore, life itself, breath itself is sacrifice. And then on top of
But
that,
what would be the point of
hold
birth?
on,
What would
hold
be the
on,
point of
let me
healing
land,
from?
let me land my plane. Let me
Oh,
land my plane.
oh,
Giving birth, the
let her
birth
know.
itself is sacrifice. When a mother gives birth to a child, she almost reaches death to give birth to that child. Okay, so therefore, life is sacrifice. You guys are only thinking about the physical sacrifices that we do, which represents life and birth, breath, and breathing in and out. but because people want to make it into like a specific thing, but all these things represent, even when a person gets initiated, the whole ceremony is giving birth to an Orisha. When they like are doing certain things in with the plants and everything, it really has to do with procreation to create and give birth to an Orisha. And all the things that are being done in that ceremony are giving birth to that Orisha. It's a sacrifice. Time is a sacrifice. Life is itself is a sacrifice. This living itself is a sacrifice. So therefore, we want to only focus on that sacrifice of the animal or this, that, the other. Life and death is all a matter of sacrifice. Period. Whether you pick a apple off of a tree, you are sacrificing that plant. You know what I'm saying? That apple was on there chilling. You took it off. It's dead. You eat it, and it gives you life, and therefore that plant sacrificed you. So therefore, it's for you.
But you know the way that you give a birth now. Hold on. But look, she in my realm right now. You know the way that you give birth now. You wasn't giving birth like that 60 million years ago.
I know that, yeah, of course. Oh, Ben's going
Where
out.
y'all at?
Like Ben is going in and out. Okay, of
Yeah,
course.
I was saying.
Oh,
You know, like listen. You see how you was breaking down. You know the way we give birth, et cetera, et cetera. Well, when you was an asexual being, you wasn't even giving birth like that. That's my whole
when we were
point.
in the heavenly realm, we didn't
Hold,
have to breathe. When we were in the heavenly realm, we
hold,
didn't have to breathe.
hold on. You're proving my point. My point is the source is understood based on circumstances and adaptation. Because 60 million years ago, you was giving birth laboriously. You wasn't even giving birth the way that you giving birth today. So let me ask you this question. If you was giving birth differently 60 million years ago, then how would Bob be understood in sacrifice at that time? How would it be understood?
We still breathed, honey. We still had to breathe. We
But
understand,
that's the point. The
like
point that I'm
literally,
showing,
give and take.
the
Bottom
point,
line is
right?
that even
But the point that I'm
just say
showing,
giving birth, no, giving birth is give and take. Bottom line is give and take.
no, no, no,
That
I'm not disputing
in your
that.
Bible, in the Torah, it says that that birth will be painful and this, that, the other. So are you going against
But
the
that
Torah
was
saying
later. I
that the
know, but
Torah?
I know. Listen,
But
you got to understand the fact.
so from what
I
the
know,
Torah says,
I,
that there wasn't a time ever that well,
but
there
no,
was that it's
that
easy
came later.
and God made it so that it wasn't. So
We're telling you that's not what it says, sister. That's not what it say.
okay.
That's not what it says in Hebrew. What I'm saying to you, that came from us solidifying more into physical matter. When one polarity started to dominate another polarity, there was a separation. Originally, it was given birth laboriously by the way of our sweat glands. So originally we was budding. Remember when the brother that brother told you that we were vegetable life? Remember he said that, and
Hmm.
he's correct. Because when you look in the Tanakh, it identifies Israel as trees. It gives you a symbolic understanding that we was trees in a metaphorical sense, because literally we was a part of that originally. So in essence, the way that we give birth today is conditional based on adaptation by the spirit becoming more materialized in matter, and then the separation of the polarities into sexes caused this. So originally, my thing would be to you, going back to that original conversation, if birth was given differently, then how would Ephi be understood 60 million years ago?
There's
How
always
would Ephi be understood 147 million years ago? How would Ephi be understood?
let me say
Get my
because there's always been polarity. There's always been compression, expansion and contraction. There's always been light and dark. There's always been male and
But
female.
it has to be understood based on adaptation, my sister. It has to be understood. That's my whole point. What
Now
you
see,
see in Land right now
What?
E5 wasn't
Now see,
practiced
now
like
see.
that.
1 second. Let me just add this. Let me just add this. Something.
Polarity. There's always
s-
been polarity, and with polarity, you get sacrificed because for one to exist, the other one has to succeed. For darkness to to ever exist, light has to to sacrifice itself, and then for darkness to give the same thing with yin and yang. In order for things to come into being, things expand
Say
and
that one more time. Say that one more time. You said same thing as what? Say it.
the
Say
same
it.
thing.
You said same thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
same
say it.
with
No,
yin and
no, 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 no. Exactly. You see how you understood in principle?
well,
Yeah, say it again.
no, the
No,
only
no, no,
reason
no. It's right there.
hold on, no, the only reason why
No,
I know
no.
is because I just did like a show with a Taoist.
I know, but you said, I know, sister, I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. Listen to what you said. You were saying what you were saying, and then you said it's the same as yin and yang. So you understood in principle. That's the point. Notice how, because you're talking polarity. You
No, no, yeah,
talking about, you're talking this right here. Look at the symbol right here. You're talking this. You're talking about the inverted and the horizontal, the yin and the yang, right? Because you understood in principle, it means the same thing. That was my whole point. You just said my whole point in your examples by aligning with the yin and yang. You didn't say this was before the yin and yang. You're given the understanding to show that in all these societies they understood the duality of things.
well,
That
hold
was
on.
all I was.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I just did a thing with a Taoist, and that she explained yin and yang to me, and I understood how it connected to what we believe. We believe in expansion and contraction. We believe in light and dark. We believe in male and female principles, and
Right,
I found out that we believed in the same thing
right,
before. And that's
right, because
all
you
I've been.
understand the principle.
That's been all I've been trying to prove this whole time is that we all believe in the same thing.
So
Now what?
that's
Can I jump in? Can I
go
jump in
ahead,
for a
Dr.
minute?
Ben.
Can I jump in for a minute? As I'm listening, this I'm also hearing this. Remember this, And as a practitioner, I grew up in Jamaica, and I see the misuse of the science to harm and hurt each other, and I see the good use of the science. And what that tells me is that okay, there is polarities. All right, and that's clear. Now, whenever you talk about yin and yang, expansion, contraction, hot and cold, you have an adrenal or kidneys adrenal axis, and it regulates the cooling minerals and the warming minerals. And you need to find equanimity between the two, because the cooling is what's conducting the heat generated from the warming. It doesn't mean one is sacrificing the other. There is homeostasis. There is a call and response that's taking place between the two in order to sustain and maintain life, right? And that exists from a biochemical perspective. That exists within your biochemistry. Anytime the yin and yang is disturbed, if you have too much yang, you're gonna get a stroke. Oftentimes, you're gonna get a stroke, a heart attack, etc. If you have too much yin, you're gonna put on weight. Your digestive fire is gonna be out in the kidneys, right? You're gonna have mucus congestion in the lungs, in the stomach, in the brain. That will give rise to fibroids and tumor. I'm just using from that perspective of yin and yang, biochemically, something you can relate to immediately, tangible. For example, it just rained where I'm at. The air quality is now damp. So I went and ate some avocados. That was the wrong thing to do, because the air quality is damp. The avocado is going to make me damp internally, along with because the air quality is also damp. So how do I counterbalance that? I put the avocado with some almonds. The almond is warming. That's yang, and it facilitates digestion, right? And I just neutralize the dampened mucus forming effect that would normally have taken place. I just use as an example, but I'm using that to say this. Pay close attention. We've been on this planet for thousands of years. The state of the cosmology we have and the systems we have, the effectiveness is predicated upon those who are in the state of consciousness, the state of ascension and lack thereof of the person or the babalawo or the lawi or the kohan that is doing the interpretation. And that proves. So if you're dealing with a high ascended master, his interpretation and application of the pataki, of the odus, not going to be the same as one who is on a much lower vibratory state. A lot of people don't know that, but that is critical, and that's a missing component that we're not looking at. So when Nasik said earlier, is everything is subjected to the environment, but the environment is of the state of consciousness of the priest who is doing the teaching, or who's doing the interpretation. So this is why when you look at Africa to this day, we cannot deny that we weren't conquered. We can't deny that we didn't have these systems. Yes, we had them. But have we been able to overcome to this day after 400 years and more? It means that for us to have been in this state, it means that our master teachers, our priesthood would have had to have devolved, degenerate. What is required now is a evolution, is an ascension of those who's going to stand in the seat of the Lawi, Babalawo, Hogan, etc., etc. A higher ascended modality is required now to activate the power on a whole nother level. For me as a diasporan, man, you think, and a diasporan who witnessed some stuff with our own retention, but still I defend my retention, but I do say it has to be cleaned up. You think I'm going to go back to Africa and talk about, yeah, I'm Igbo, so I'm going to adopt everything Igbo do? First thing I'm going to go back and say, mother sucker, something went wrong. We sold each other. Notice I ain't pointing fingers. I'm saying we sold each other out. I ain't blaming no damn Caucasian. Because as far as I'm concerned, them low vibratory frequency. So how them low vibratory conquer us? I said we have to do a wholesale examination of the systems, of the interpretation, of the diet, of the belief, of the cultural paradigm of our people. Because something went wrong to where we forget we were brothers. We forget we were sisters. We started fighting against each other. We sold each other out. But a lot of people aren't brave enough to make that stand. For me, I am not grabbing on to anything wholesale. Everything is suspicious for me now. Everything must be questioned. Even the Torah. I have all right to question Moses. I have all right to question Abraham. There's nothing wrong with that. Because how is it that we are in this state? Secondly, this is why I said it's important for us to share notes. Go to the Akan system. In the Akan system, they tell you every living thing carrier sasa. What is a sasa? A sasa is the vindicative spirit of that thing. So the Akan said anybody who take a life, who cut down a tree, like the butchers and the carpenters and the loggers, they said they are always subjected, if they don't know how to neutralize the karmic energy of that tree, of that animal, or that life, or that human life they take, things will, the sasas, the vindicative spirit of the life they take will haunt that person and put mischiefs in that person's life to destroy them. This is what the Akan teaches. Which means the Akan is basically what is telling you that teaching originates from something higher to tell you you really ain't supposed to be taking no life like that. In order to sustain your life. The thing that have the lowest karmic effect on you is interacting with the plants, because the plants can always reproduce, or
The highest karmic effect is when you go into and when you start to do qigong, tai chi. All this is still African, which African dancing is. All forms of African dancing are version of tai chi and qigong. And with tai chi and qigong, and you combine that with herbology, you are you are actually performing your Igbo. You are actually performing your Quarab. You are fine tuning your Krebs cycle. You're removing obstruction and you are regenerating your system and you accentuating digestion, because all imbalances is metabolic, whether it's how you digest a thought or an idea or how you digest food. So when you engage in the herbal system, in the prayers, the meditation, the dance, which is forms of moving the chi, when you go out barefoot, when you go sunbathing, when you ground in yourself, you connect into the earth magnetic field, the earth, the mycelium from which you came. The mycelium in the earth is what birthed all of us. Mushroom is a mycelium. Your mother mitochondria that is passed from mother to child is the mycelium, is the earth's oldest bacteria. And you see it grows out of trees. Y'all get that? You see it grows out of trees. Remember we y'all talked about that? So
Yep.
when the scripture taught, remember what the scripture said, man was made in the image. Let us made man in our image. The word in Genesis is zalmenu. The root of the word is zel. Psalms 91. He that dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the zeal of the Almighty. The word there, zeal, is not just shadow. Zeal is talking about the mycelium network, the oldest bacteria from which we came, our mitochondria, the mitochondrion, the mycelium in the earth, right? Which is a network that connects everything. It's in the air, it's in everything. Then when you go to Psalms 23, if I'm correct, when Psalms 1 or Psalms 23, when it says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, that word there is zel mawet. Now, zel is now fused with mawet. What does zel mawet mean? The shadows of death. Mawet is talking about the toxic bacteria, the bad bacteria, the fungi, the yeast, those things that will destroy you. Essentially, whenever your mitochondria become compromised, whenever the body don't receive the requisite oxygen or have the requisite iron or gun to absorb the oxygen or to fuel the cellular respiration process in the mitochondria then will do what? It will mutate and begin to ferment and to ferment sugars, right, into energy, and that gives rise to cancer, where where your white blood cells now, the macrophage, begin to attack you. The body HLA system, whenever a cell loses its electrical charge, it's tagged for decomposition. All these things happen in disease and in cancer and these things because ultimately is because the mitochondria, the mycelium, the cell is not receiving what it's supposed to receive. So it mutates and becomes what? Zel mawet. It can also produce bacteria, fungi. Your body can undergo pleomorphism, where that mycelium will produce fungi, bacteria, cancer cell, all these things to decompose us, bring us back to the earth. Why? Because the body ain't getting the electrical charge. And that is as a result of our consciousness, what we eat, our awareness. Bunseki Fukao from Congo, the Congo scholar on Congo cosmology and other African cosmology, one of the great experts, he said the principle of Nganga, the master healer alchemist, the master doer, states, what you don't master is what's going to take you out of this life. Which means you better stick to it if you want. The longer you stay is predicated upon what you master. So we come here, as my friend said, earth is a classroom. You come here to cultivate mastership. In Yoruba, that mastership is alasi. Alasi, which in Amharic is Selassie, which in Hebrew is Shiloh or Shelo. It's an inversion of, it's simply an inverted form of Alasi, which is, if you invert Shiloh, you get Olis. In Igbo, it's Olisi, Olise. In Yoruba, Alasi. You go through training, initiation, right, to become a master, to know how to communicate with the life force of things, to preserve and enhance that thing, to 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 create war or prevent war for right or righteousness sake. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to add that component.
Honey, I'm just letting you cook. You cooking. I mean, continue.
Where's Nasik?
Wait, I can't hear you. We can't hear. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Nasik, we can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. But yeah, you were cooking on that, and you know what? The biggest thing is that those priests were the ones that were there supposedly to take care of us to make sure that we stayed on track, whether it be from our physical aspect, the babalawos, the priests that even in like the Taoism, they when you get those readings, that divination, it was not just because you wanted to like make a someone fall in love with you, but it was because we were trying to actually like be sound mind body. We went to those
Right,
babalawos to understand, okay, where is my deficiencies at, and
right.
you're going into it. And you know, I notice a lot like people from the Caribbean understand nutrition, understand those things like a lot more. Let's get into that. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into those aspects of that. Okay, here he can go
Well,
ahead.
it's not just the people in the Caribbean. There are people in the South to this day. I just came across an African American intuitive healer, elder. And the tradition is coming from the African American retention. You know what I'm saying? And so those you have those ones that still exist that have this. Because when she talks, I was like, "Shucks, that's my grandmother." It's the same ability.
Right.
You know?
Y'all can hear me now? Y'all can hear
Yeah, yeah,
me?
yeah. We couldn't hear you.
We going to do a part two. I got these movie people coming, so I'm about to shoot movie. I'm being this Tanzania movie.
All right, superstar.
Nah, I ain't no superstar. It's the movie like 2 hours long. It's about I can give you a little bit a synopsis of it, but it's about a man from the United States coming into Africa and trying to adapt in an environment. He's from the hood, trying to adapt to the social conditions around him in Tanzania. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
he got the thug angel wings. So yeah, I ain't gonna tell the story. But it's
Nah,
a
don't
it's
tell
a
the
pretty
story.
script, and and I'm a black American in the movie trying to help the brother out that's a black American is situated in Africa. So they come and do some shooting over here at the house and stuff. So they be here like in the next 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. I got
Now listen,
then after that, then I'll go to sleep. I ain't even sleep yet.
but now listen. Me and Ben, I want to like let him cook a little more about this health stuff because trust me, I need that. I need him to cook a little bit more on that the health stuff because I need that
You, you, you
thyroid,
know, you know,
all that.
Nasik. Here's what I'm gonna say. There's a Babalawo. His name is Chief Yuya. I need you to check him out, sis. But he has his own Hebrew community. But he came through Ifa. He's still, but
What we
his
talking about?
teacher, yeah,
We
his
talk.
teacher saw the connection between Kabbalah and Ifa, and he integrated the two. And his teacher came under persecution for doing that because they say, no, you shouldn't do that, da 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 da, right? Because he knows that it's one system, and and I'm gonna show you something where that is concerned. So the brother is saying, he said, this is one of the things he said. All the systems have been tampered with. It has been infiltrated, and it has been tampered with over the years based upon our migration and those who didn't have good intent. So I give you, for example, here I am in Jamaica. I went with a friend of mine to see her cousin. Her her cousins, his is technically a babalawo, but in a different tradition, right? And I am there with her, and he has his many wives around him and everything. You know, she had to see him because he in charge of the lands that was handed down to her. So I am very intuitive, and I said to her, "What did you ask that man about me?" Because I'm reading his energy and I know he's not clean. So I remember when he called me over and he held my hand and he said, "I need you to join us." And he kept it, he hinting some things, and I said, "Brother," because I already picked up his energy and I know he dabbles. And I said, "Nah, I'm not into that, bro." You know, and I literally stood up to him, and while I'm speaking to him, I'm uttering my own um prayers to block his energy. He didn't know I was doing that. She come over and said to me, "Oh, all these high level politicians come to him, and you better be careful." And I'm like, I don't care one bit. I know the ground I stand on, and I know my powers. I don't need him. And you should never go on and consult him about me. You didn't ask my approval. Me and you in a relationship. What you doing? What that shows me, and then later I found out all about who he is. But this is the norm in Jamaica. A lot of the politician deals with these people. And a lot of these same politicians who consult guys like that, they are as corrupt as ever. So here my question is, how can the reality is that a lot of the priests, they sold out. They became immoral and they begin to misguide the people, and they begin to empower the politicians and the monarchs or the state to subjugate and keep the people cognitive dissonant or delinquent. That is the reason why when the European came in, they were able to indoctrinate us so easy. And Credo Mutwa talks about this. He's a shaman, but he confessed, he told, he said, yes, this occurred. A lot of our priests were corrupt, and they were dabbling with the wrong entities and systems. And that's all I'm saying, that we, especially those who brought into the diaspora, it happened, it's karma. I ain't even pointing fingers at European, because we know that they're gonna do what they do. But we supposed to be the parent, the powerhouse. How did we fell into a state where we became subjected to a people who didn't have the systems we have, who we claim weren't civilized? So so we have to examine everything with a fine-tooth comb, because guess what? Ultimately, what we want is power, the power to resurrect back ourselves. You understand? So we not gonna just take what you give us. After, you understand? We have to examine everything and find a way to validate and authenticate and test these systems. So when I look at Chief Yuya as a Babalawo, that's what I see he's doing with he has his own community. You know what I'm saying? You there, sis?
I'm here. I want to play this one thing I did, and I want to get your opinion on it. It's a question I asked the Babala, because hold on, let me still gonna bring it.
I'm gonna sign out, y'all. I have to leave because I got
That's
these
okay.
people coming.
Me and Dr. Ben are gonna kind of go into this and close out. But if you get a chance to come back, it'd be great. We're gonna do a part two, because this was a very great bill.
I'm gonna be, the movie people, they're gonna be here all day, so
Oh,
it's gonna be
okay. We'll have to bring a part two, bring us back together. But I do want Dr. Ben to answer some little bit questions that we didn't get to answer, and get into some more
okay.
stuff. So I didn't realize this was gonna
Okay.
go this long. Man, this is wow. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So,
Yeah. Do y'all thing. I need you to handle that for me, sis,
okay, I will.
because I gotta run before they get here. Okay. Yo, and I enjoyed it. Do y'all thing. I'm gonna be watching while I'm getting everything together.
All right, for sure.
All right,
So
now see, to the Rabbah, for the invite and
Shalom,
for the
shalom.
for the sharing of your wisdom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yochai.
all right. So
We're here.
okay, so I'm gonna get into like this question I asked him, and then I'm gonna get your response to it too. So
Okay.
into it. Man, them crickets are off the chain. I'm at the
Yeah,
end.
I had to go outside for better transmission.
Okay. I never heard. I gotta come to Jamaica, but when I heard them crickets, it says, I gotta hear that myself. That's wild. It sounds like a
Your
bird.
volume low. Oh,
It sounds
because you're about to play the video.
not. Wow, that's crazy. So there's another aspect when we also get into the sorcery part. Um, when a lot of times I've heard people get into that in Africa, certain practices were done to where if you were caught outside at a certain time,
Yes.
and I think this was in Europe, that they would kill the person or kill the person.
Yes.
Also, albinos were the sacrifice, and also human sacrifices were done. I wanted to know, was that a part? Is there where in our faith does that come into play? Because from what I'm understanding, is that somewhere in our belief, or is that somewhere like something else, some other thing that's going on?
Well, just to finish off the divination topic, that's why divination has been outlawed or seen as demonic because, once again, if you can interact with God, you can become God. You know, when you initiate into Orisha or become Babalawo, you become a deity, become an energy. And that's pretty scary for someone who wants to control somebody. That's why, if you notice, how you doing, King? What's up, Queen? Like the way we've always talked, the way we've always interacted, it goes back to our ancestors in Africa because we were all seen as regal because we all descended from this central source that was Olodumare, that were the Orishas. We all had a crown, and when we came over here, we were 9 to 5ers. So it's very scary when you're able to recognize who you are and where you come from and how divine and epic it is. At that point, you can assess a value to yourself and really progress. And not everybody wants that for our demographic. So that's one thing. The sacrificing of albinos, that's definitely not us. And the Odu Babao Sameji, they were seen as blessed. The cotton was seen as blessed. And Obadala's children were left alone because they were seen as the personification of Obadala themselves. So the albinos, definitely not. As far as people dying being outside at certain times, that has occurred because there's certain festivals that the uninitiated are not allowed to be a part of, such as the Oro Festival. And only initiated men into that fraternity are able to be outside when the masquerade and all these things come out. And there have been cases in Yoruba land where other clans didn't respect that and it got very violent and people were killed. So that is real. Do I think it needs to get to that point? No. But at the same time, who am I to judge? I wasn't there. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to like get your opinion on that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, when he was talking about the last portion, right?
Yes.
Hmm. Well, it's the first time I'm hearing about that aspect of things. But oh man, but one thing I would say, Chief Yuya, he did a comparison once. He said Nigerians are Jamaicans and Jamaicans are Nigerians. And he said that the Nigerians and the Jamaicans are carrying the energy of Olokun. You know about Olokun, right?
Yeah, I do. Yes, yes, definitely.
And he went further and he said Olokun. He gave the pataki or the analogy of Olokun, where in which it's like Olokun is dealing with the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind control all your complex maneuvering. The subconscious mind can either bless you or destroy you according to how it's been programmed. If you program it correctly, it will bless you accordingly. If you program it incorrectly, it will destroy you. So he said that Olokun a chain was there was a flood, and like a chain was dropped down, and the flood represent the degeneracy of the people spiritually, just like we witnessing today. And a chain was dropped down for those who desire to be resurrected, to be reprogrammed, to be pulled up out of the subconscious. Essentially, he's saying that, and that energy is very fiery. And so that is the association he making between Jamaica and Nigeria. Essentially, he's saying that there is a lot of subconscious issue, subconscious programming that is not healthy in both people, right? And it's evident when you look at the crime situation here in Jamaica and some of the nature of our people, etc., etc. So for some reason, after hearing what he have to say, it draws me to this. That's the first reference I have in my mind to address that. The second part I'm going to add to it, when you look at Olokun, Olokun becomes Kumi or Kumina in Congo. And when you look at Olokun in Hebrew, it would become Kumaya or Yakum. Yakum or Kuma, Numbers 10 verse 35 implies it's you calling on the source creator. You're invoking the source creator by way of the Orishas or the Elohim or the Malakim to intervene, to protect, or to give revelation, to give guidance, right? So those who have Bakongo tradition in Jamaica, there's a specific ceremony that they do, a specific drumming circle, procession that goes on for that. When you look up the word Kumina in Congo, Bakongo, it's to arrive. You are calling, you're invoking the creator and the angels also, right? So one can see how it correlates with what he is saying about the chain drop down into into the water to help resurrect, to help resurrect those who desire to be resurrected out of that perverted subconscious mind. And we know that resurrection is going to come by way of a correct way of understanding reality and applying those things. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when I look at the spirit of Nigeria, I see a very fiery energy. In my experience in dealing with it, it's Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, I see a fiery energy. Amongst other things you see there that goes on there, tribal conflict, da 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 da. So when I listen to the last thing he said, that I am looking at it through that lens. The lens of saying that there there have to be a level of purification that needs to take place within the subconscious of the people, because some level of taintedness or deviation has occurred over the years, you know, just when you look at the state of the country, period. You understand? And when I look at the state of Jamaica, period, resources, powerful traditional retention, but the people aren't ascending, they aren't benefiting how they're supposed to. The priesthood and the politician are all in cahoots, and they're manipulating and exploiting the people, whether
Well,
it's the Christian.
here's a question: how much of that is just a cultural thing? Because I see a lot of Mexicans that here that practice Santeria, and they are thriving. So how much of that is just culturally how we are with the tribalism and fighting against each other? Because, like I said, I live in Texas, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
that you have a whole group of Mexicans that are like living it up. You know what I'm saying? And all of them practice Yoruba tradition.
Right. So when you say thriving, can you please explain?
Financially thriving. I mean, culturally thriving. I mean, they have a whole like culture of people that are like all practicing the same thing, and they are all like gaining something financially and being able to come up from it. If you look at America right now, Latinos are coming up as a culture, and
Right.
even with the Venezuelans coming in here, the Colombians coming here, like they are all practicing. Like I mean, not all of them, but like a large bit of them are practicing Yoruba faith. They're not all like broke and struggling and
Right.
going through it. So I think I don't know if it's a matter of the faith, so to speak. I think it's a matter of the people that are practicing it.
All right. That's a good point. So here's how I would respond to that now. That's why I asked you to define striving. First thing you said economically, right? Now, remember I talk about the karma or the subconscious programming of those people. I grew up in America also. What I've also always seen with Hispanic, a lot of they was 10 of them would live in the same house. 50 of them. They have a thing where they look out for each other collectively. So for me, maybe they don't have the same level of karmic debt as some of us. You understand what I'm saying? That's one. But
Right.
the
So,
other, on the,
hey, well, hold on. Would you blame the religious system for that, or would you just say the people itself are the ones that are corrupt, and the system is perfect within itself, but the people that are practicing it, if they're not practicing it, and their minds are corrupt, like I mean, it doesn't matter if your mind is corrupt and you're practicing something, it's gonna be corrupted. You know what I'm saying? So
right,
the ones
exactly.
that are
So
their culture is intact and they're practicing this thing and they are coming up by it. Even think about the presidents that people would divine for to let them know the Babalawo. Like even I heard even the Clintons were going to Babalaos. A lot of like heads of state. I think Fidel Castro, even though he didn't really survive,
yes,
it's probably not a good example. But bottom line is that you have people that have like been successful with the tradition, and then you have
right.
people that haven't. And I don't think it's a matter of that the tradition is tainted. I believe it's the
No,
people
but
itself.
this is why I always said everything goes back to the person who is the intermediary that's doing the interpretation and guiding the people. Because if you have an for instance, if you have an ascended individual or a person on another level or different, carrying less karmic debt and all of that, the result is going to be different. It's all about who is the babalawo and the state of the vibratory frequency they're operating on. You understand what I'm saying? For instance, you have a brother known as all right, let's use Dr. Sabi for a minute because people don't know Sabi is a shaman.
And here's another
People,
thing: is that if you get like a babalao that's in poverty, and you get initiated by that babalao, there's probably a great chance that you'll be in poverty. You know what I'm saying? Because you got initiated by an impoverished, huh?
exactly.
So his
So
energy will be on you. Yeah.
I'm going to use Sabi as an example. Sabi is a shaman. He knows far more than average people think. He just don't tell you everything he do. I know him in person, right? And the thing is, so when people go to him for health issues, he knows what to do and he knows how to guide you. So for me personally, I understudy under him and I learned to replicate everything he replicates. And I'm getting great results and I'm growing in what I'm doing. But I'm also building on what I've learned from him and also doing some things different on another level. You see what I'm saying? But he is the model from which I learned, yeah, the mold from which I've learned. But at the same time, I'm not afraid to question him, or test the theory that he gives to see if it's to authentic, to see if it work or if it doesn't. I perform all of those components. You know what I'm saying? So I am seeing the results based upon that, and I'm seeing how my it has affected my health and the health of my clients. So it goes back to the mold from which you're operating. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, so now we talk about you saying that economically they're striving, but are there one also have to look at the complete picture. What about their health? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. I didn't really stay around long
These
enough.
are we have to look at the full picture because economics is a principle. I can open up a liquor store and selling people things that are harmful and making a lot of money, and I'm still going to the Babalawo and da 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 da, still practicing Santeria and all. But at the same time, for me, based upon my principle, I couldn't. There is no way I could retail something to somebody that's going to harm them. For me, that's not iwapele. It's not good. It's not good character for me. You know what I'm saying? But again, economic is still a principle. You can still be doing it and making your money. But again, we look at the karma and we look at other area of that individual or that community life. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
And so that's like even here in Jamaica right now, the prime minister, he's on the investigation for, I mean, corruption to the teeth, man. And then what he turn around and do? His predecessor, who was a Syrian, embraced the revival Bakongo tradition, and he participated in it. And he consulted the priests who taught him how to manipulate the Jamaican people. And these are black men who sold us out, right? And they taught him how to. So this prime minister, he does the same thing. He go to those same priests, and then he will turn around tomorrow and go to the church and ask them to pray for him. Like recently, they're asking them to pray for him. Now you playing on the people's emotion. Everybody know you earn your money through illicit means. You robbing the country. You robbing the people. But you playing on the people's emotions. You playing on delinquent people, people who have. You see, when you hear the word in Hebrew, Yeshua, you go into Isaiah 12 verse 2. I believe you see the word Yeshuati. It's not a person. It comes from the word Yasha, which really means to restore, to find acceptance and approval in the eyes of the Creator. It really means to restore the cognition of the Most High, so you discern and do what's right. You always have that intuitive prophetic ability. You can see through the foolishness and you can do what's right. That word Yeshua or Yashuati, my cognitive restorer, right? Is a cognate to the Yoruba word Ishu. Remember, all prayers have to go through who? Ishu, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Right? So that word Yeshua and Ishu, right, is dealing with restoring divine cognition, which means the channels of communication are open, so you always get that download, that insight to know what to do in each moment. But the Babalawo from Cuba said no. When issue is not nourished, the same issue will turn around and put obstacles in your way because you're violating the divine laws and the divine principles, right? Then he goes a little bit further. He said, issue legbara is tied to legbara, your autonomic nervous system. I said, whoa. And he also said the supracervical ganglia, which is right by the neck, where the neck meet the shoulders, and that form a crossroads. You see that?
Yeah.
This is a Babalawo to Cuba teaching that. I'm telling you, this man on another level. You see why I tell you about the interpretation is based upon your level of ascension?
Hmm. Hmm.
So he is a naturopath, a healer, a Baba, but he is on a higher plane. He knows the biochemical correlation of these sacred concepts. He knows the correlation between the Orisha and your endocrine system, right?
Well,
So
so I
go
have
ahead.
a question. All right. So now
Oh,
we have.
hold on 1 second. Let me just drive it home. So the thing is now, so the shoulder meets the neck, the supracervical ganglia, right there. Every light that comes into the eyes have to be relayed to the supracervical ganglia before it hits the pineal, the thalamus reticular nuclei, for you to have higher awareness. You understand what I'm saying? So he's saying that issue legbara is tied to your autonomic nervous system. Now, your autonomic nervous system have two functions. You have the sympathetic nervous system, which deals with flight or fight, survival imperatives, right? And to detect what is good and what's not good for you. But if you operate too much in your flight or fight state in survival imperative, right, it can then lead to where you become dominated by your amygdala, your limbic brain, your amygdala, which also govern trauma, sex, pleasure, reward, control, manipulation, greed, and there's some positive aspects of it. So the sympathetic nervous system have to be balanced and regulated by the sympathetic nervous system now, which is what allow you to tap into source to be given correct guidance. You understand? That's what activate the prefrontal lobe, the seat of executive decision and higher moral. You understand? It works in tandem with the pioneer to get direct downloads now, so you can have real time communication to know and discern a given situation and to subdue your amygdala to make right decision. The amygdala sits behind the nose. When you deep breathe, you can regulate the amygdala and activate the pineal, the prefrontal lobe, to guide the amygdala. That is why the Hebrew word for anger is the same word for nose, because the amygdala deals with anger too. It sits behind the nose. You see, and so this is what that Babalawo is communicating. He's saying as it relates to issue ilegbara. So when you don't do what you're supposed to do, obstacles, your cognition will dwindle, issue will depart from you. That connection to source. This is what happened to Saul in the Bible. But go ahead, sister.
So lately, there's been a lot of stuff talking about like different like timelines and
Yes.
timeline jumping, and like the fact that like with this new moon, some people have jumped to the fifth and fourth and fifth and sixth dimension. Do you know anything about that, like jumping into the dimensions and timeline jumping and dimension hopping and all that stuff? Do you know what that is? Are you
The
aware of
the reality. Remember I told you about my grandmother.
that? Mm-hmm.
There was a time in Jamaica where particular woman would come into the community in the town square, and they begin to prophesy. And they always, most like, they always practice an African tradition. And we call those women Mada. We call them Mada woman. Some people want to associate them with witchcraft, but that's not often the case at all. It's just that the people are ignorant of their African retention. My grandmother was one such. So she would be cooking and get a revelation and just run left the pot to go deliver the message. No joke. She had to go warn. That was her job, right? I have another, my father's first cousin. When I was sick, that's who he took me to. And she had the same ability to tell you what happened on the spiritual realm and the physical realm, real time like that. She had those abilities. But then you have some of them who perverts it, right? And so, in my estimation, when I went into the Hebrew script, into the Torah, I see that Daniel, I think it's Daniel 1 verse 4, he was referred to as what? A Madah. I was like, what? Isn't that the same word we used to describe one who have these prophetic ability, one who can do interdimensional travel and get real time download? We're talking about dimension here. I said, what? And then you look at the character of Daniel. That's what he was able to do. So the word Mada accurately defined it. Mada means science. He was learning all the sciences. He was a Madan. He was a scientist, an alchemist. He was a prophet. He knew, you understand, he knew the dimensions. But he also demonstrated that prophetic ability. He also demonstrated the ability to manipulate the elements. He also demonstrated his ability to have real-time communication with the Sarim, plural of the word Sar, Rishonim, that word Rishon related to Risha, the Orisha. He had the ability to communicate with them at will. The Sarim Harishonim, according to Professor Odoyeyi, Yoruba linguist, the Rishon are the primordial ancestors, the Orisha. It's a Yoruba who made that connection, right? So Daniel was able to communicate and have access to them at will to gain insight into what's occurring and to cause specific things to happen to help his people. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to say we have always had people with those ability, and they eventually they became few and far. And I say they became few and far because the traditions aren't being passed down. The food is tampered with the genetics and the DNA, and it's impeding the awakening of certain genes that will assist a person to tap into those realms. You know, vaccination and all these things are part of the ploy to render those genes benign. You understand? But then you have certain people who are engaging in certain practices, or living a certain way, cleansing and all, and those genes are now beginning to awaken. So they are able to go into other dimension and see and know things. You understand what I'm saying?
as well as manifest things by the thought
Repeat.
as well as manifest things as well. Yeah.
As well as manifest things too. You understand? Because even Dr. Sirius B, he said that we are going through a new photon belt right now, right? And he said this new photon belt that we're going through, the sun is beaming another kind of energy. Sirius B, our home star, the Sirius star system, which is our home star, he said, which is where Eli Phase really exists. Aha! Eli Faye is really in Sirius A, the Sirius star system, right? He's saying another kind of message now is coming from there,
Did you
holographically.
did you hear
Huh?
about the two moons? Did you hear about the fact that this moon is fixing to, like, there's an artificial moon and like a real moon that is coming back to the earth, and that some kind of thing where like because they had like a whole like eclipse, and then something like this moon is like fake, the one that's up there, and it's like
I have heard that. I have heard that before, but I don't have any. I really can't speak on it, but I've heard. But I really can't speak on it
people are
because
gonna start seeing, depending on
I've not
how evolved
investigated.
you are. This is what I've heard. Depending on how evolved you are, you're gonna probably start seeing two moons, and then
Okay,
eventually
okay.
that other moon's gonna start to dissipate because it's an artificial moon, and yeah, it's interesting. It's like,
Wow, wow. You just open up a Odu. So when you open up a Odu in Jamaica, we say Atio. Atio, which is the Igbo way of saying Odu. I'm gonna tell you what you just did right now. Watch this. Iyame Aje. Are you familiar?
yes, yeah,
In the Torah, Iyame Aje correspond to Bina. Proverbs 4. Wisdom is a principal thing, and in all I get Bina. Bina comes from the word being. Bina also means to build. Bina is the cosmic mother. Is the feminine aspect of the creator. Bina is what is Bina. Another name for Bina is Wa. Wa. The same Wa in Oduduwa. The same Wa in Enyamewa in Akan. Enyamewa, the word sound for the creator. When you put the Wa on it, now you have the masculine feminine. That which contains all characteristics and attributes of the creator. So Iyame Aje or Bina is that which is
wait.
responsible.
So Yahweh, Yin Yang are the same.
Yahweh and Yamewa. So
No,
Yahweh
I'm
in Hebrew.
I'm talking about Yahweh
Yes.
and Yin Yang. Okay, in Taoism are the same. Yin and Yang, Yin and Yang, Yin
Uh-huh.
Yang. That's the way you say it. Yin Yang
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely. No conflict there.
Yahweh are the same. Okay, let's go.
No and then and then we can even go a little deeper. The Wuji, 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 the Wuji. You merge back into the Wuji. That's another one too. And then you go into Congo, you have Wayawa. Sensele Wayawa. Wayawa is the infinite source of existence, source of life. Same meaning. So now, the Wa in Yahweh correspond to Bina, correspond to Iyame Aje. Now, Bina receive the what is willed by the Y in Yahweh. And Bina is responsible for creating the template for what is will and what is to be. Bina, Iyame Aje, the Bia in Akan, it can either be Bia or Wa, it's feminine also, is responsible for maintaining divine boundaries in the earth and appropriating to everyone according to their works. That's part of what Iyame Aje is responsible for. So that's the cosmic feminine aspect of the creator. That's why Solomon speak of that aspect. Wisdom is a principal thing, but in all you're getting, get bina, get the understanding, get the template, get, you understand, get the rules of engagement. So it is from the Iyame Aje, it is from bina we receive the Torah and these underlying principles. And so it corresponds to what they're calling Capricorn. It is what governs Capricorn. It's not Capricorn. It is what governs Capricorn. And it represent character. It represents character. That's why you have Iwa, Iwa. See it come back again. Iwa, Pele. Pele in Hebrew is dealing with judgment, discernment. And to have the discernment that it is discernment that allow you to perform extraordinary feats. And that is what Iyame Aje is also known for. Extraordinary feat. Pele. Remember Pele in Brazil? He was extraordinary in his mastery of the science of football. That's a Yoruba and that's Hebrew too. So Iwa Pele, they on an abstract level they say just good character, but it's more than that. It's where your character is so aligned with source and your discernment is so intact that you are able to perform extraordinary feats to cause great things to happen. Right? That word Pele, Iwa Pele. So the planets Saturn, which is what is connected to, the stone that is associated with it is the onyx stone and it's black carbon, right? The Wa in Iwa or Iwa Pele or in Yamewa or Yahwa, the letter Wav is 6 in Hebrew. It has a numerical value of 6. 6 on the periodic chart of elements, the element that have a numerical value of 6 is carbon. You see the connection? And the highest concentration of carbon is what? Brown to black, you melanin people. The carbon, the U that you have is determined by the condensation or the quality of carbon you have, right? So that is the dark matter universe, that which contain all characteristic and attributes of the Most High. That's part of what Oduduwa is saying. The repository from which all things emerge, the repository of life, the dark matter womb point from which all things emerge. Right? So when you go into India, this is what they are calling Kali. Kalima. It's the same Iyame Aje, it's the same Bina, it's the same Wa in Enyamewa or Yahwa. It is the the scientific aspect of the creator that birth and sustain existence and keep everything in their boundaries. And it governs the moon. This is the point I was trying to get to. It governs the moon. It governs the moon. So we are in we were in the age of Kali, by the way. And in the age of Kali is the age of destruction because man deviated. So we went into the age where Iyame Aje, Bina, the cosmic mother, punish us for our deviation, right? So that is why they call the moon is associated with cancer. It's not just a sign. The cancer is indicative of disease. And during the age of Kali is the most diseased the planet have ever undergo. When I say cancer, I'm talking about mutation, contrary to your divine nature. And so Iyame Aje governs the moon. And the moon carry out the dictate of the cosmic mother. And the dictate implies to issue judgment upon the people. So watch this. Let's go a little deeper. The Hebrew word for moon, yarek, it is related to the word, it comes from the root, the word rak, which means to order, to structure the DNA. So from the word rak, you get ruach. They translate that as spirit, but it means more than that. The R means head, but it means internal unity and order. The Wav that give you the O sound in the middle means to quantify and qualify. Like you're connecting the head to something. You're quantifying and qualify what's in the head in order to give order to the last letter, which is the K. The K, the Ket means the DNA helix. So when somebody says spirit, you're talking about that which dictates the order and arrangement and the expression of your DNA, which then become character. This is why the word rak is in the word character. This is why in Akan, the name you are given based upon the day you were born, which correlates to the angel, that that name is called Akra Din. Akra Dadin. You see the word Kra. It's the character that defines you. That's what spirit is. So the word Yarik, which is the moon, is related to those same words. So the moon governs what? DNA sequencing. So when we deviated, the moon plays a role in affecting the mutation of our DNA to bring about reciprocity for the violation we committed. That's why the moon deals with the subconscious mind, because all our problems lies in the subconscious mind. And according to, oh Lord, what's her, this great celestial scientist, Sister Mira. You can go on Black Magic Channel and listen to some of her video. She's one of the best person at explaining the cosmic procession of life that Dr. Sabi always talk about. She said, in order to find out your most ancient soul, who you are, you have to go through the moon. But it is governed by Iyame Aje or Bina or Kali, right? So when we deviated, the moon worked against us. Everything worked against us. So you have a point there in what you were saying. There is something to that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, from what I understood was that even in South African fable, they talk about that the moon was not there at first, and then the earth was here, and there was like a mist over the earth, like everything looked misty. Then the moon actually regulated the earth's atmosphere when it came
Yes.
into the actual like thing. It wasn't always there. When it came, it clarified everything, and all like also like the tides, everything was not like foggy and whatever. And that's a South African version what their belief system is when it comes to it.
Right. It makes sense because the in I'm trying to remember what scripture in particular when it says the sun knows to enter. Oh man, it basically says the moon. It basically says the celestial bodies were created to determine determine the seasons or the moadim, the appointed time to do specific things. And then it goes on to say the sun knows when to enter into the moon, to mate with the moon. So the moon reflects, refract, and modulate the light from the moon, from the sun, to create your months. You see, your moon and months are connected. So the phase of the moon modulating the sunlight give you your um uh, shavuot, your weeks. Look at that word shavuot. I'm going to tie it in for you. Shavuot, right? Which is your weeks, and weeks then become kodesh, your months, right? And then you have new moon, kadesh. I think it's kadash, but then you have kodesh. Kodesh is the new moon, right? So the moon is used to modulate the sunlight to determine the weeks, to determine Shana, the year, and to determine the seasons. I think the word for season there is Moadim, or the appointed times when to do specific things, right? So now but before you can have a Shana, year, you're gonna start with yom, day, cycle, but but that accumulate into Shavuot, weeks. So weeks, cycles of weeks determine a year. But the word there for weeks is Shavuot. But the root of Shavua, Shavuot is the letter S and B, or SV, Shab or Sab, which is the root of Shabbat. Now Shabbat goes back to Iyame Aje, go back to Bina, go back to the cosmic mother. So you see where I said it is the Iyame Aje that governs the moon ultimately. You understand? As the
You know what's interesting is that when you become a priest in the Yoruba tradition, the first thing they get you to try to do is to change your calendar to the 4 day week, 7 day week month, 13 months in a year, 91 months in a year add up to 364 days, and the Yoruba spans from the 3rd of June to the 2nd of June the following year. So the Yoruba had a whole different calendar.
now please repeat that. Please repeat that. That's profound. Please repeat.
Do you see the screen? It says the
Yes.
traditional Yoruba calendar. Let me the traditional Yoruba calendar, Kojoda, has a 4 day, 7 week month, and a 13 months in a year. The 91 weeks in a year added up to 364 days. The Yoruba year spans from the 3rd of June of a Gregorian calendar year to the 2nd of June the following year.
Uh-huh.
So they even like saw like time 100% different.
Uh-huh. 4 day week, 4 day week, So not a 7 day week.
4 day week, 7 week
Yes.
month, 13 month
Interesting.
year. Yeah.
Interesting. I think the Igbo have something similar too.
Interesting, right? So our time is even off. Where our time is off, everything's off. Wow, this has been a very interesting build, you guys. I mean, how are y'all feeling out there? We are damn near into 4 hours, but we're going to when he comes back. He's in Jamaica. His Wi-Fi, Tron's on the Wi-Fi. He gonna come back, but we're going to wrap this up. We got to do a part two because it's so much knowledge in this one like session that I don't even think people gonna want to be able to sit through it because in the age of like ADHD and people not being able to just sit through nothing, it's gonna be hard to like really sit through this. I'm gonna have to break it up so people can like really like gather it all because we really touched a lot of subjects on this, and I'm really excited about how this whole thing came about. Um, Hopefully he'll come back soon, uh, and we can close everything out. But what y'all think so far about today's show? What do y'all think? And I also coming up, I think on Tuesday. No, it's Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'm going to be introducing my Dukes, interviewing her. Also, I think by like maybe Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going to be doing Princess Prophet. I'm hoping to get this is I'm gonna have another surprise for you guys, and then next week we're going to bring back Sharon Smith, the Hell/Heaven Raiser, and finish up that interview. He had to leave abruptly in our last interview because he had like another interview, and so he just ended like, up, gotta go. But yeah, I hope he comes back so we can close things out really quickly. If not, we'll just have to like just close stuff out and just thank him for his time. But man, this was like a really really cool build. I really enjoyed that. Uh, any any words, anybody? Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is because we touched on a lot, so I'm going to say okay. Here we go. Here he is. He's back.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
So
So
go
where
ahead.
I was saying, if you look at the biblical calendar, the time cycle, once sundown comes in, you go into a new cycle. So you start back at one. So so in the evening at sundown, you start back counting at one. When you get to what they are calling midnight, it wouldn't be 12, it would be 6. So if you go back, so you add another 6 hours to it. By the time you wake up in the morning, it's 12 a.m. Do you see that?
Mm,
So now you see how that throws you out of cycle. So when you wake up in the morning, in Hebrew you will say boker tov. Boker is coming from a word meaning to inspect. When you wake up, you inspect your life, you inspect your farm. But the true inspector is the sun. So the Igbo people say Ibolachi. It's the coming light from the sun. The sun is now giving you a different kind of consciousness. In Akan, you say Machi. I don't know what it says in Yoruba. So that is the inspector. So now you go out and you get your sunbathing and you're grounding to stimulate, to synthesize D3 and to stimulate locomotion or physiological processes to separate negative charge, from positive charge, to remove the toxins out of your system. You begin to sweat, you know, and so forth. That's what that cycle is. So you wake up in the morning, that's what that cycle is about. So it's really 12 a.m. So now you go on your farm or whatever work you do for the next 6 hours from 12 a.m. at sunrise. Yes. For that next 6 hours, you add six for that next. So okay, so once sunrise come, you start a new counting now. So you now count back from one. So what they're calling 12 midday is really six. It's really 6 p.m. So at 6 p.m. midday on their calendar, you're supposed to now be shutting down. You go, because at between 11 and 1 is when you get your best, is when you get the sunlight that really give you the D3. At that time cycle, you should be preparing to shut down your day, heat your heaviest meal, right?
Mm, good point.
And prepare to be with your family.
Right. And now they're saying, oh no, fast forward that to like 7 p.m. or 5 p.m. and then you forget
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
and now your food is sitting on your stomach and now you're sick.
So you're right. It's out of cycle. So when you go into the book of Daniel, it says they will think to change times and law. And it's talking about the Greco-Roman European families. And that's what they did. So they have it, they have the whole everybody out of cycle.
Mm.
You out of cycle. So for instance, as a herbalist, when I put you on a detox, I tell people start at sundown. Sundown is a new cycle. Okay. I said so when from sundown to sundown it's a you have completed one cycle. Sundown to sundown. And you feel less stress when you count like that. Rather than you waiting to midnight and you think that's the new cycle. No. So
And,
there is
and you know,
go ahead.
like my biggest thing is like I don't even eat. Like I can like go like without eating. My thyroid is messed up, so I just go without eating for like days. But I'm like really overweight. You know what I'm saying? And
Well, we can solve that. Your thyroid is it still intact?
it's intact, but they're giving me like thyroid medication to take right now, and I just don't want to take it because I just
So
don't.
you have underactive thyroid.
Yeah, I have. They gave me Synthroid to take. Yeah.
All right. Your problem is really simple. I'm gonna tell you what it is. I have a program that I have for my clients, right? And let me tell you what part of the problem is. The thyroid have a direct correlation to your mitochondria DNA, right? Which is your internal sun. And the thyroid is used to help regulate the function of your mitochondria, right? But watch this. 100 years ago, the ratio of omega 6 to 3 in terms of in human diet was 4 to 1. 100 years later, it's 20 to 1. Omega 6 and 3 come from polyunsaturated fats, ALA. They say that humans don't convert polyunsaturated ALA effectively into omega 6 and 3. Right away, I knew that's incorrect. That may apply to Europeans, but not us because genetically we are different. We have higher level of omega 3 in our plasma, which means we have a different conversion ratio. your omega 6 must not be 20 to 1. It must be between 3 to 1, 4 to 1 with omega 3. Now, the omega 6 and 3 is what help to produce and regulate endocannabinoids in the body. We have endocannabinoids receptor sites all over the body. One of the endocannabinoid receptor sites in the hypothalamus is called CB1, and that regulates hunger. The hypothalamus regulates the thyroid by way of the thalamus and work in tandem with the liver. You have to now look at the level of omega 6 you have been consuming over the years. Your body has too much omega 6, and excess omega 6 is stored in the hips and the buttocks region. It's everywhere. I mean, there's elsewhere, but a lot of it is stored there. But black people on a whole, we store a lot of it in that area. That's why we have more finer developed butt. And but again, it just have to be the right ratio. The omega 6 and 3 is converted, is absorbed into the blood, into the milk, and that helps to develop the child's immune system, memory, and cognition. And that's why they say men are more attractive to more curvy women. Well, which woman you know is curvy naturally? Black woman. So our genetic predisposition causes us to have properly a fully developed curve or butts. You know what I'm saying? Because it has something to do with immunity and intelligence, memory, etc. So the problem is this: they ha- they have our diet. They have purposefully flood the market with oils that have a disproportionate level of omega 6 to 3, and it disproportionately affects black people in a negative manner as compared to Caucasian, because high level of 6 can lead to overeating, thyroid dysfunction, obesity, stress, depression, etc. Most of the foods that are being processed in the restaurants, the fast food joints, a lot of your snacks, high level of corn, soy, oil, these are high level of omega 6.
Mm. I love corn. I ain't gonna lie, I love corn.
I'm talking about corn oil. But yes, yeah. You see what I'm saying? So
But you know what's
it's
so
not
crazy
by
is like, okay, like just today, I didn't eat anything today. Nothing. Tomorrow I can go throughout the whole night and not eat, and then not eat nothing tomorrow and not eat. But I will gain water weight. I don't know what's going on. It's really bizarre because
no, it's you're talking to an expert. You don't have to worry about what is going on. It's because again, your sodium chloride, which regulates water metabolism, that particular mineral is deficient. The kidney, adrenal access, the lymph system is clogged also because of the fats. That's why I'm talking about those fats, those omega 6. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, wow,
This
yeah,
is not complicated.
and that's what's crazy. So yeah, so I can like go a long time without eating, and then the weirdest thing happened is that like okay, I can like go without eating for a long time. If I drink any water, it builds up in my system, and I have to take a pill like to flush the water out. Um, then on top of that, like I have a propensity for beer. I love beer.
No, again, because your mitochondria, it's not that you love beer. Please take away the I love. It's not you. It's the mutation that is occurring in the mitochondria. The mitochondria is not your mitochondria is not getting sufficient iron. Iron brings oxygen into the body, into the blood. Then potassium sulfate bring the oxygen to the cell. Right. So now, once you carry that excess fat, your body is now, your mitochondria is mutating and it's relying on fermentation. That's why you want the bear.
Yeah,
Understand?
yeah, because
It,
I have low iron, I have low vitamin D, I have
you see,
low
exactly.
vitamin
You need ogun. So now we have to find ogun within the form of plants now, because most of the weight you lose is by way of cellular respiration. You breathe it out. The oxygen comes in, stimulate the mitochondria, get what is needed, stimulate cellular respiration. You begin to burn up the fat cells. Iron is critical to that. Potassium sulfate is critical to that process to bring in the iron. So that's part of the. But your mitochondria is mutating, and you need to stop that right now. It has to address it immediately. It has to be addressed. So the mitochondria will mutate and there's pathogens there too, and they're feeding off of the bear. The other thing about the bear is that alcohol produce acetate. Man, what was that? I ain't no cricket. I hope that ain't no drone flying over here.
Oh man. Hey,
It,
hey, what's up, Lance? Yeah, so alcohol produces acetate. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm sorry, man, but it's a military base up the road. I ain't playing no game.
Something just
And I know I'll be seeing the drones fly around. Yeah. All right, so the you are what is called a slow oxidizer, right? It means that now the mitochondria is not functioning efficiently. There's iodine deficiency. Your metabolic rate is slow, right? Now, alcohol produce, if I'm correct, acetate. Whenever you metabolize sugar, the waste product or it, the one of the byproduct is acetate. Or whenever you metabolize fats, one of the byproduct is acetylic acid or something to that effect, right? And the two of them then react together to produce the coenzyme A. Or is it coenzyme A? Yeah, coenzyme A. And coenzyme A is a metabolic step. It's part of the EBO. I'm going to take all these Yoruba concepts and show you how they have the biological implication. It's now a sacrifice taking place in your Krebs cycle, Krebs carbon in your carbon cycle, right? So the coenzyme A require cofactors such as what you call your aromatic amino acids, phenylalanine, tyrosine, tryptophan. And these aromatic, I think it's isoleucine, leucine, and so forth. These amino acids help you to properly metabolize fats, amino acids or protein, and carbohydrates. You are deficient in those elements, your aromatic amino acids.
I'm
So herbs that are have a lot of flavor, your mint, your thyme, your basil, you need lots of those. Those contain the aromatic amino acids, right? And plus you have other um, medicinal plants that have them as also. So there lies the issue. There's an issue in your coenzyme A is deficient, your coenzyme 10 is deficient, selenium, iron, etc. And I'm
you
sure you feel, huh?
man, yeah, he is so right because when I got my blood test, it was like iron, selenium. Also, it was also deficient. Like I'm anemic, so iron is very low. Like
Hey, listen, listen. Don't think I'm attacking our African culture, but I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Whatever we know, we were supposed to quantify and qualify, or whatever you download intuitively, or whatever you download through the divination system. It shouldn't just be, you don't always have to consult the divination system to know. You were supposed to develop the means to quantify and qualify how the divination system arrive at that conclusion. Because all I'm doing for you, I'm telling you, I learned from masters who quantify and qualify after getting their download or going through the divination system. And then I begin to build up on that and begin to see things that they never even taught me. This is one of the errors we as African made. We have the parent system, but we became lazy. So when you go into the Chinese system, the Chinese traditional system, you realize it's ours. But you realize the qualifying and the quantification exists.
Ashe.
I am teaching you this and I can teach you the system so you know how to then quantify and qualify. You don't have to come see me because we're supposed to be a nation of what? Babalawo, of priests. But if I have you constantly depending on me, I control your ass. Excuse my language.
And honestly, that's what they always tell even the priest. I'm an Olarisha. You ain't supposed to be going to no Babalawo once you become an Olarisha. You should be able to do it on your own.
But you see,
Now, if it's something really
the,
serious, then you go to the Babalawo. But then, that's really serious, serious. But yeah,
that is that is the problem. I had a teacher who came. I opened a restaurant in Jamaica and he kept visiting me. He would sleep in. I live at the restaurant. It's a house. And I have a big section in the back. And he would just sit there all night and just be teaching and telling me stuff. And I'm like, who's this dude? And I would research what he's telling me and I keep building on it, building on it, building on it. And as I keep developing proficiency and proficiency and proficiency, he just gave me the stamp over. He said, no. He said, finally, you get the message. It was intentional what he was doing. He was planting seeds and see what I was going to do with the seeds. And I didn't sit there with them. I built on them. So now I make stuff for him, for his clients. And I'm like, damn. He said, this is how we teach in the East, son. We give you pieces. And we don't give you everything. Because if we give you everything, then we're going to impede your own gifts.
that's how
You might,
I had a Cuban Babalawo, and he would be doing stuff. He's like, "Well, you know how to do it. I did it in front of you, and go ahead and do it." He wouldn't tell me exactly what he did. He was like, "Dude, don't you remember what I did when you said this? Go ahead and do it." It was like there was no,
right.
and he's like 79 years old, and I'm like, "But I don't." But okay, so is that? And he'd be like, "Man, them Babalaos, those old Babalaos are nothing to play with. They are just."
Yes. This is how the ancients supposed to teach you. They ain't supposed to just give you everything.
Mm-mm.
They're gonna give it to you. But it depends on how well you digest, how well you discern. Remember the old Chinese movie? You're gonna go to Master Lee to learn kung fu, and the first thing he did, he give you some water to carry, and he's trying to. But what he's doing, he's trying to see how dedicated you are and how willing you are to follow instruction. But in the process of carrying the water, you're actually building your character. You're strengthening yourself. So you have to the ancient. You gotta prove yourself. There's an Igbo brother whose father is a Dibia, which is equivalent to the Babalawo. He said, listen, it might take you 40 years to become a Babalawo. They're going to test you. You got to prove yourself. They ain't going to just give it to you because you can take the information and use it wrongly. That's why you end up.
Person that you can like give $10,000 to and become a babalao, that means that they ain't really serious because you have to like it takes too much time. This kid was like,
Exactly. This is why you had those conflicts between those various schools when you watch the old Chinese movies. Like one school broke off from another, and then they go back and attack the next school to destroy them. That's the principle. This
Mm,
wasn't supposed to be like that.
wow. I hope that you guys got something out of what we talked about today because we're gonna do it part two. We're already at 4 hours. Did you do you realize 4 hours have gone by?
Man, when we discussing these kind of matter, I don't even watch time.
Man, listen, I could talk forever. We could like be up in here for like more, like about 8 hours, just sitting up there and just breaking this stuff down. But the main thing is health. Then when I bring you back, I really want you to talk about your practice within the health field and like really break down stuff. And I might even bring some people up here and talk about their symptoms, whatever. You like say, okay, this is what your problem is, and then like bring some people because I know that you have a practice as a doctor. You're like you're not just the person that understands the history of like of the religions, but you also understand like the medical aspect, being a person
Yep.
that studied with Dr. Sabi, you know what I'm saying? So I really want to bring that aspect out the next time I bring you up here. Um Even what you just told me in that little time frame, you know what I'm saying? It's so
Right, right,
crazy.
right, right.
Like I'm like tomorrow I have like a I'm going to see if I have like a like not like what's it called, fibroids. You know, I gotta go see because I feel like there's a reason why I'm like lacking in iron. Like I'm always like going down in iron, going down in iron, going down in iron, and
Uh
that's
huh.
I mean it's like critical left over. I don't want to like get like a blood transfusion.
No,
You know,
that,
so
that
I
listen, we can deal with that real easy. It's not hard. It's not hard because listen, iron is one of our the most essential requirement. Plants that are high in iron tend to be high in all other elements because iron is the most magnetic. It draws other minerals to it. Your hemoglobin at the nucleus of that hexagonal structure. When I say hexagonal structure, that carbon structure is is iron. Iron organize all of those elements periodically in your blood. There's over 33,000 hexagonal structures in your blood. Iron is the mastermind. You can't breathe without iron. So you're always going to oxidize iron. You got to always replenish iron. So we need a lot of it because you see, Dr. Sebi said, okay, we as a race, we have greater requirement for iron. Here is why. Caucasian biochemistry revolves around sulfur. Sulfur can take the place of oxygen in their biochemistry. As a black person, you don't want that. That is decay and death for you. Our melanin is centered around selenium, which is metallic and is conductive and is an antioxidant. We have more selenium based enzyme that requires selenium for to catalyze it than any other race. So we selenium catalyze an element known as enzyme known as glutathione peroxidase to prevent the metabolic waste from fat metabolism, which hydrogen peroxide. Man, the phone cut off.
oh look his phone. I think his phone cut off. See, we gonna have to do like a part two, y'all. We gonna have to do a part two. We gotta do a part two. His phone cut off. All right. Thank you guys for like being here with us tonight. We gotta do a part two. Thank you. Shouts out to the moderators. Thank you, Lance, for being here. Nicole, Hippie, Mighty Hebrew. Who else was here? Uh, Sugar Love, Trucker Mod. Thank you for being here. We're going to do a part two because we were already at 4 hours. with this build. We're gonna do another build. We're gonna get into the health aspect of things. Shouts out everybody that has been here for this time. Much love. And we're in a transition. This channel is transitioning into a channel of knowledge. And I shouts out to people that are here for the knowledge and here to continue to seek knowledge. Shouts out. Peace.
Mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life.